were they in relation to the snow that was being dug through, and by were they in relation to the ground?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
So, with reference to each of the items of evidence that you're talking about, whether it be cedar or the red and clear plastic,
See if
where were
anybody
they in relation to
joins.
snow that you were digging into? Where were they in
Already
relation to
started.
the asphalt surface?
Close to the curb. As we started digging originally, the snow drift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching, beyond sort of snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area where you were digging through and finding these items?
No, we did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
Now, as far as this search being conducted sort of physically, you mentioned there's some sort of line that's set up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of how that line was set up, what were the different functions in different parts of the line, and where were you in relation?
So like I stated, we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in the shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging through, how did that change, or how was that any different from sort of one portion of the section to another?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, I would say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, that was in level with the rest of the area, what was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn. So probably
Good morning.
maybe 18 inches of snow.
Anyone watching?
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, about how long a period of time was it that you were on the scene as far as searching, and how long the process was done?
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search, we moved Trooper Bousselet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene, and we were complete by 6:15. We started to wrap up and clear the area.
And as far as the wrapping up, how was that decision arrived at, and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple of additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate at that time, and we decided to suspend the search. And
what was, as far as you were concerned, with weather conditions and everything that had gone on, located that one, what was sort of your thought process in relation to any sort of continuation of the search that's completed?
I told Lieutenant Tully, we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said if you wanted us to come back in the daylight, which give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up. If you wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me, and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
Good morning. Anyone is
You
watching?
mentioned troopers, Buchanan and Proctor, or you received information that they were following a vehicle to the station, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point in time that you were on scene, did you know either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
And at any point in time that you were on scene, did you see either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor in the area of critical care during the entire time you were there?
No, they were not on scene.
So the other sort of troopers that you had mentioned around, they were not, right?
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as the securing of evidence, how was that done? Generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how was it done in this specific?
So we don't recover evidence. We'll stop and halt our search. Sometimes we've been waiting for crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we continue the search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continued the search.
So once you get sort of that initial parameters as far as where and what you may be looking for. from
Good morning, all my beautiful people. We are live on
He is
YouTube
not,
at the
no.
alternate point of view, watching the Karen Reed trial. So join in wherever you
Correct,
are
yes. Yeah, they
and check
let
it
me run
out.
the
The
search the
Karen
way
Reed
I
trial, day
deem
19.
best.
So in addition to photographs, what if anything else was done to document the scene?
We had one of our members
Morning.
use a handheld GPS, which we use a Garmin 64ST, and he marked each item we found, which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe to the jury that process as far as mapping is concerned, so how mobile positioning system or GPS is utilized in creating that.
Correct. So the Garmin GPS we use, it connects to 4 different satellites to give you a best range of your location. There obviously is
We're
some
having
range
people
error
slowly trickle
involved with
in.
GPSs, but he was able to stamp 3 of the
Good
items,
morning.
3
We are
pieces of the tail
live on
light,
the
but as
alternate
he
point
was
of
marking
view
those
on
items
YouTube,
on his
watching the
GPS,
Karen
they
Reed
kept,
trial, day
because they were in
19.
such close
So please join
proximity,
us
they were
and
almost marking
check it out.
directly on
It
top
is
of
day
each other,
19
so
of
he only
Karen
marked
Reed
3
at
of
the
them
alternate point of
because it
view
was just going to
on
clutter the
YouTube.
map as
Thank
we
you.
continued if we were to mark all the pieces we located.
We are live on
So with respect to the 3
Good morning.
pieces of tail light that were marked on the item, excuse me, are those the larger pieces, smaller pieces, or something?
They were the larger pieces, sir.
May I approach the witness on?
Yes. Good morning.
Sir, I'm showing you a series of 24 photographs. Briefly, I'm going to ask you in a moment if you recognize. Do you
Yes, sir.
recognize what's in those photographs, sir?
Yes, sir. It's the area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibits.
Any objection, Ms. Giannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That would be Mark. Maybe you put,
All right.
oh, I'm sorry. She needs to have her attention on the mark. I'm sorry.
Hey, your shirts are ready, but she can't send them out until she gets the payment, and she's going out of town for a week. Just to let you know. That's going to be on my live.
Jimmy.
Hey, China, how are you? Welcome. Slow getting this morning, but we are live, so tell everyone on all your social medias. Yeah, I was looking at my analytics on YouTube. 91% of the people that look at my channel are not subscribers. Ugh, it hurts me. I didn't realize it was that big of a gap. How was your weekend?
I have exhibits 111 through 134. Juris, it's very important that we keep our records straight. It will be important for you during the deliberations that we do this. Sometimes it takes a while. We're fortunate we've got such a great court reporter here to take care of this for us, but sometimes it takes a while. I caution
That's
counsel that
good.
maybe you can all work together so
I'm
that
not
we
a
don't
huge
do
fan of
this.
this judge. I don't
um,
know if you've been keeping up with this trial,
Take up
but
any extra time. All right, do you need those photos back,
definitely not
Mr.
a
Lally?
person I'm a fan of.
Any report on that, Ron, please?
Oh my goodness.
All right.
I got a lot of rest because I'm having a procedure done tomorrow, so super, super stoked about it. Totally not. Yeah, she's a little. Oh no. Oh, foot surgery. Oh, oh man, I'm gonna wish you the best on that one. I've had, ugh, stinks. How long are you gonna have physical therapy on that too? Oh man. It's not, are you right? Is it your right or left? Because driving is gonna stink.
Thank you.
That's right.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those, what's just marked as those exhibits for the church?
Well,
Yes.
it's kind of okay, but kind of not, because you got to keep it elevated for so long. I've had that happen.
I approach the witness, Ron.
Yes.
What you have before you is raising points.
People are always like, oh, at least you can still drive. No, actually you can't,
Okay.
because you
Thank
got to
you.
keep it elevated.
Lieutenant O'Hara, just go with this. On that. So Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have on the screen before you, is that what you have as exhibit 134? I'm sorry, 111.
Oh, hold on. Might be backwards here. Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe to the jury, and if you using that laser pointer, what if anything is
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
I feel that.
And sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom back out a little. Now, as far as when you're conducting the search or when the actual searching process is ongoing, what was the weather doing while you were doing it? Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes, because of the air conditioning. So you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a
Dramas this
microphone in
weekend
front of
because
you.
I'm so crimed out.
And so, Lieutenant, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing? And is that
Oh, nice.
something that
Oh,
you
he's
can
going to
observe
love
in this
that.
photo?
I just
It
yell.
was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
As far as the wind was concerned, what if any impact did the wind have on the course of the search that you conducted?
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on top.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
How neat that
Sort of with respect to
taillight's
the
just
same
neatly placed on the
area
snow
that
right
you were
there.
talking about in the last photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph, 113. Again, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of closer perspective to the piece of taillight that you were referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Oh my gosh.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
Again, a closer up image of that same piece of taillight as it was observed when you covered it.
Correct. And you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up with one of the team members' shovels. And as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next photograph.
So we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this. We can't hear you at all.
Who can't hear? I can hear.
I understand. So we need to turn the air conditioning off so that we can hear you. Yes, please.
So they supposedly found 45 pieces of tail light.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next?
Yes, it is.
Where are the other
Describe
44
what we're
pieces?
looking at is-
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered. And again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel. And again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
and
Yeah, that
the,
lawyer's
next photograph
very
is
low.
This particular piece, is this one of the larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length, size of it, if you know how much would you estimate it, how big it was?
It gets a couple of inches, but I didn't measure it, sir.
And it's going to, if I could have the next photograph.
Look at all those feet on the crime scene.
And Lieutenant, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is
Muddying it up.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far apart, you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar sized item that we're looking for, and we'll space out. Because this was such a condensed search area, we just had the team members stand almost shoulder to shoulder as they searched through the area.
And the next photograph is coming. And again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at, or what, if anything, of significance you're observing this.
Maybe a little difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
And as far as the area of the curving that you indicated that the sneaker was recovered in relation to, where is that?
It's flush up against the curb.
Again, I'm sorry, using the laser.
Oh, I apologize, sir. Right here, this would be the curving right here.
The next photograph is coming. So similar, as far as this photograph is concerned, what, if anything, you observe in that photograph? What do we?
That's a closer photo of the sneaker. Sneaker's in the bottom right down here.
I don't see a sneaker. Do you see
The next photograph.
a sneaker? Okay, there it is.
Again, what, if anything, are we looking at in this photograph?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed in photo. And this would be the curbing right here.
And the sneaker as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
The next photograph is going.
So he could have tripped, right?
Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Is that fixed sort of in relation to the curve that you were describing earlier in your testimony?
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. As far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
Yeah, he also lost his belt. Where did that go? It's a very odd case.
And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
How it appeared when it was discovered?
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is coming. Next photograph. And sir, in this photograph, if we could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is.
Yeah. He was missing a
This is
shoe,
exhibit
missing his
125 is the
belt,
photo I have
and
in
his
front of
hat.
me. This might be difficult for them to see, but this is a clear piece of the taillight right here.
Where? You found 45 pieces of taillight. Where are they?
And again, sir, what is depicted in this exhibit 126?
See a
Yeah,
little
apparently he
closer,
had a ball cap
zoomed
on.
in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
As far as what the area of snow surrounding, did that sort of depict the depth at which that piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered?
Correct, sir.
The next photograph, 127.
Oh, I can see it now.
What, if anything, are we looking at in this one?
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
The next photograph is the 128. So if you could describe to the jury what is depicted in exhibit 128.
It's difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
Next photograph, 129. Again, if you could demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, is significant to your jury.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of taillight than the one you were referring to previously in the prior exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and they didn't find any taillight until after they impounded her car. Shockingly.
What, if anything, what are we looking at in this?
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight. Again, might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
Next photograph, 131. What, if anything, is depicted in exhibit 130?
There's a larger piece of red taillight located on the ground in this location.
If they found 45 pieces of taillight, there'd be none of her taillight left. And she would have had to hit something pretty hard because what taillights are made out of is like
It's a closer photo of the same piece of
some
taillight
type of poly
right here located on the ground.
plastic, which is hard to break like that at that speed.
The next
Anyway.
is 133. Now, what, if anything, is depicted in 130?
There's a small piece of taillight, I believe, in this location right here.
And lastly, exhibit 134.
It's a small piece of taillight right on the ground right here in this location.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Set those go away and just take a look at those and look up anything.
This judge is very abrasive. I wonder if she's
Yes,
stopped
sir.
outside of court.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize those?
This is the mapping system we use to map evidence we recover.
Are those diagrams created pursuant to that mapping system?
Yes, they are.
What's contained in those diagrams, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of where items were recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon?
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the range of error with the handheld GPSs.
Welcome,
Approach
whoever's
Hannah.
watching. You
Yes.
can join the
I'll
chat.
seek to- No objection to the maps.
All right. Thank you.
It is 1:30. 135 and 136.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those to the 186 session to the jury?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have before you is the first diagram, 135, is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
And you mentioned something earlier in your testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay with the GPS system, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And you mentioned range of error, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Describe what the range of error is and how that impacts sort of how it's depicted in this particular diagram.
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range of accuracy by a few different things. One is satellite geometry. As I said before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver and issues with the 4 main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions would be up to 16 feet.
And so using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what is any sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular map.
I've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked. We have the address, which is the house, 34 Fairview. Then as you move further south, you'll see the first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the sneaker, you'll see a second red piece of plastic, and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cameron, if I could have the next diagram, please. Again, so what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you, as you said, 136?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this diagram or what, if anything, is different between 136 and 135.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little easier to read. So we removed the taillight pieces, and now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And that area, as far as you were talking, sort of the concentration of the search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant, is that correct?
Correct, sir. We started closer to almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And if you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search began and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area. And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 to 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value, is that correct?
Correct. We had gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for, it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
And so just using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was it from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street.
So this is
down in this location
pure
would be where we stopped.
Police 101. They're dumb.
Your Honor, may I approach
This
this
whole
retreat?
area should have been a
Yes.
crime scene. A house and everything, the whole yard, the whole driveway, everything. And they should have interviewed neighbors. Did you hear anything? Did you see anything? They didn't do any of that.
Sir, at any point in time that you were on scene, were you able to look at or see any sort of photographs or any images of the damage to the taillight?
No, I was not.
So fair to say that at the time that you're conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct. We did not know how much damage there was.
Now, so you talked a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. As far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct. So that'd be probability of detection.
And I believe you've referenced earlier in your testimony some variables that go into that terminology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what some of those variables are and how it related to this particular search?
So probability of detection, it winds up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline objective on how well we did search in the area. Covers 10 different categories. We'll rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline on what we think percentage-wise we would have found the objects we're looking for. Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which again is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last two I think is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just for the experience we have in searching.
So was it those variables that sort of led to the conclusion in conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Tully as far as to cease searching at that particular point after you were gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, sir.
Technically, they should have
Cross-examination.
blocked off the entire street and made the whole, no one should have been able to come in and out if they treated it like a real crime scene, but they didn't.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
Okay. So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It was at my house.
I'm sorry?
It was at my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that
Correct,
time, right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Wow.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms the working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation's concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Think of how many
Right, but in
cars went
order
up and
to
down
know
that road
what
in those 8 hours,
You are seeking to find.
or walked in that
you
yard.
need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir. And I did not ask that.
All right. Is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure. No, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
No, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene
What?
unattended prior to searching it?
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to
Oh my
ask if you would, please just
Oh,
respond to my
what my preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize on the
Objection, Your Honor.
So, no comments, Ms. Giannetti.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning?
Objection.
What?
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there, there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit,
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil.
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
Hello, people are slowly trickling in.
It's not
Welcome.
unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of a area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right? So in this case, is it your
Hey,
testimony
sis.
then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Well, maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 2:53 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 2:32 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team because they were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second alert or that alert.
West team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway. So I reached out to a West Team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct?
That was an availability of alert to see who would be available to respond.
And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct?
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
But your team was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
Sergeant Simpson at 2:53 p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not
Hey,
have the green light,
Kirsten.
correct?
Hello, good
Correct. It's a
morning.
voice generator response. It will normally duplicate the instructions. So as I listen to it, if they miss it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay. And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct. So we weren't authorized to respond yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you from Canton?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
The Daily Journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That Daily Journal recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, that was entered into the Daily Journal.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the Daily Journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it. Once you've had a chance to review that.
Poor handling of a crime
Look up at
scene.
me when you're done.
Absolutely
All set,
poor,
sir.
horrid
So
handling of a crime scene.
You'd agree with me that the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 p.m.
He's one of
alert
the,
by
troopers.
Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
the
They do, sir.
supposedly found
What is the
taillight.
next entry on that journal?
It says CERT activated en route to Canton.
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability.
Correct, sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you have a memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later?
It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is timestamped at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out. And that was timestamped at 3:48.
3:48, okay. Now, other than authorization that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert, did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I reached out, once
catch
I was
you up
done
in a
cleaning
minute,
my
Kristen.
driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command. And that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response.
Okay,
So there's several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for numerous reasons. Staffing reasons, they know I'm only pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through the whether to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
all right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit?
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab, which is our vehicle locator, to determine arrival times.
Is it your testimony? I'll skip back to the Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Do you deny that the personnel status report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, whenever they would have been entered into the system. But that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet,
All
sir.
right, but again, that's not what the document says, right? It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your testimony is that other members didn't show up until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.?
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay, and so the last member of your team, which is, again, Carrier,
Carrier, correct, sir, 5:41.
he showed up at 5:41, and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually.
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene after getting the team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Well, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
Well, I didn't use the term command post, sir, did I?
You did
Who
not.
used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay, all right. And a command post is a base of operations at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway, yes, sir.
And you were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that,
Yes, sir.
which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34 Fairview,
Correct, sir.
and then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Bousselet moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not. No, sir.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Tully directed you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right. So again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right. But in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
Okay, I'm gonna grab my water.
And, with regard
I know we only have a
to-
few
just going
people,
back for
but
a
tell all
second
your
with
friends
regard
we're
to those
live.
5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plain clothes at the scene.
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, you called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
And there is an entry, well, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton Evidence Search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct,
And
sir.
that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission. And would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Did you guys hear Chad Daybell got the death penalty?
It's been a recurring theme. Do you need
I do not.
glasses? You
I do
don't.
not,
Okay.
sir.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and Traconis, she got 20 years
All set, sir.
for
Thank
the
you.
involvement in the
Yes.
Doulos
Yes.
murder.
Lieutenant, having read that portion of the final mission report, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. And did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
Now, with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not, no, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir. So I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And you had mentioned during your testimony that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me just a moment.
Yeah, he seemed relaxed because he thinks he's God, Kirsten.
All right. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
All right. And it was based on his direction
Ooh, where did you hear that?
created a grid and began your search.
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
Yeah, I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
So the answer is yes.
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We had never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include
a small
removing
area?
snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed down the area. Correct.
And best practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
Oh, man.
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay, you guys, I wasn't a cop or a detective.
Okay,
I did
well,
take, I
would
went
it
to
harm
college for the
your
criminal
search
justice
in
and
any way
forensics, so this
to
is a
fully
joke.
document it along
This
the
guy's
way?
a joke.
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search, correct?
I know how to do a crime
Correct,
scene.
sir.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place. Yes, sir.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker and pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
the evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within a foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January 29th than today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area within a few inches, less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
There is something going on, Kirsten, but I really don't know. It's just up in the air. They're protecting each
You
other
mapped
for
out
sure.
GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic, and then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area, less than a foot apart,
The
correct?
same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they were within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the two GPS points, which I have not done.
No, you didn't.
Sure, but if your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read, around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
That
You don't
that
know
is
what's
a
accurate.
good theory.
Well, you're saying
right
3
there.
feet. I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't
You know why
measure
you're
the
not sure? 'Cause you
GPS
didn't put the
markings, sir.
little
I'm not.
All right.
I don't know.
evidence.
I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
They didn't
That'll be-
mark the evidence.
Well, I'm just asking questions. All right. So with regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic?
It
Did
was-
that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, not without measuring it, but I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was in that prior proceeding, did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right. And then, moving along, we have the red piece of plastic, 3 feet south, black sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic, and finally, several feet south of that clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found? Several feet south.
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay, all right, so we will agree that, one piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No, okay. Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir. They were under snow.
Can I have those exhibits, please? Okay, can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right, the jury needs to take a break. Why don't
Oh, sure.
why don't we have this 3-hour warning?
Okay, Kirsten, I'll set you up while they take this break.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me, please.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, he's the defendant's attorney, the one who's asking questions. So this trial is a farce because
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google incognito.
let me pause that. So this trial is a farce because when they found John O'Keefe in the snow, supposedly he was covered, his whole body was covered in snow. Supposedly the house that he was at was another police officer's house, a fellow Boston police officer's house. And now suddenly they're blaming Karen Reed, saying she ran him over, hit him with her SUV. And yet there's no marks on John O'Keefe's body to show that he was hit by a vehicle of any kind. He had a blunt force trauma with a laceration on the back of his head, and his face looked as if it were beaten. His eyes were bulged out of his head. He lost a shoe. He lost his belt. How do you lose a belt? And his ball cap he was wearing. And they came to the scene, tried to save his life. Of course, that didn't work. They took him to the hospital. Suddenly the narrative changed that Karen Reed was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, when she never said that. But nothing was ever said. Those statements were never given to police or anything like that until came time to trial. All of a sudden, these statements are being told by every single person that was at the house or involved in this incident. And all of these people, by the way, are related. Everyone who lived in the house and everyone who was at the house are all cousins. Boston police, Canton police, somehow related. The McCabe's, the Alberts, they're all related. And they all got their story straight. They all also got rid of their cell phones, deleted cell phone messages, deleted Google searches, deleted everything, and sold the house and got rid of the dog. So nothing suspicious, nothing to see here. And then this little 8 to 10 foot area that they searched in front of the house where John O'Keefe's body was found, which is not a proper way to do a crime scene investigation, makes zero sense. You would have blocked off if you thought it was a crime scene, you would have blocked off the entire street. You would have questioned every neighbor on that street and then some, to make sure that no one heard anything, saw anything suspicious. You would have searched the inside of that house since there was a party there. You would have done all of those things. But because that guy was a police officer, they didn't do any of that. Unfortunately for John O'Keefe, once this trial is over, no one's going to search and see why he died or how he died or anything. And it's really sad for him and his family. Karen is the scapegoat, basically. And they're covering for their own, but they're not covering for the guy who died. And what's sad is that he was raising his niece and nephew because his sister and brother-in-law passed away, and he took on their kids. And now they have lost not just their parents, but their uncle who was raising them. So it's just a sad situation all the way around. And Karen is on trial. I mean, I don't know. It's a possibility she hit him. Or it's a possibility that he was going into the house when she left and he fell, tripped over the curb, and hit his head on the fire hydrant. I don't know, but how do you lose a belt? How do you lose items of clothing? You know, I don't know. And then supposedly they painted over, reconcreted the basement flooring, sold their house, got rid of their dog. No one woke up while all of this commotion was going on in their front yard with ambulances, police, Karen screaming her full head off. It's nuts. And why do they all get rid of their phones? And also the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that they keep talking about in this trial, has yet to be called to the stand, and he's under investigation by Internal Affairs for the handling of this particular investigation. Yet he's still on full duty and able to investigate other crimes. And he's investigating a double homicide right now. So that just makes absolutely zero sense. So I don't know what it is, but there's some shadiness going on. So Karen Reed has the same attorneys as Kevin Spacey, believe it or not. So they're dang good attorneys. But it's just a circus. Also, they have had many breaks in this trial. This trial was only supposed to last 6 weeks. We're in the 6th week, and the prosecution has still not rested, and they have yet to call Michael Proctor. But the killer is the kicker on this is if the prosecution does not call Michael Proctor and get ahead of this, the defense can call him, and that would be very bad. Very, very bad. And they can treat him as a hostile witness. I don't know if you guys have this in Germany, but they can request to treat him as a hostile witness. And the judge can say yes or no. She'll probably say no because she's been on the prosecution side the entire time. If you guys thought that the judge in the Corey case was biased, this judge is super biased. When I say that you're supposed to give the defense more rope because they are defending and have their client's life on the line, you really are. You still have to go by the law, of course, but you do have to give the defense because they are defending their client. But this judge does not. She is absolutely allows the prosecution to let the witnesses testify with hearsay, go on and on and on. She does not allow that with the defense in this case. And they have brought forth many reasons why this should not have gone to trial. And she has allowed it to go to trial, which is nutty. Yeah. I was hoping my South African people would be on here because I was curious about what's going on in South Africa. Their party has changed completely. Mexico just elected their first female president ever. Ooh, things are happening in the world. And then I heard some stuff about Germany. This craziness going on. There's just some nutty stuff going on in the world right now. Things are changing. Oh no. I mean, our next president's going to be a felon. It's weird. It's weird. So a hostile witness basically is someone who is going to be combative. You already know this witness is going to be combative and defensive. So if you go ahead and say, can I treat this witness as a hostile witness? Because the defense is going to have to call Michael Proctor because the prosecution may not call him. And that's their witness because they know that he is under internal affairs of investigation. They know he didn't run this investigation correctly. They know he showed favoritism. He accepted gifts from the Albert family for getting them out of a jam. So the defense already knows he's going to be on the defensive and try to protect himself and the Alberts and the McCabe's. So a hostile witness is somebody who's going to already come out the gate just kind of not wanting to be honest or answer any questions or what have you. So they're allowed to treat him that way. Yes, the defense is Karen's side. So if they have to call him, it's going to look bad for the prosecution. So the prosecution honestly needs to get ahead of it, and they should have already called him by now. They talk about him a lot, but they've yet to call him, which is interesting. Oh my gosh, that's sad. We've been having, my son is applying. He's going to apply to be a police officer. I wish he would not, because like every day there's a cop killed somewhere here in the U.S. It's just, a cop was killed in Arizona yesterday. It's just crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of knife attacks overseas. Here it's shootings, but obviously over there, because guns are not as prevalent. It's just, I don't know. It's craziness going on in the world.
Tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal.
Okay. I don't want to miss it. Come back on. Kranzug. What is Kranzug? I don't know. I don't know what that is. My German is not great. I was going to go over to Law and Crime and tell people to come over here, but you're not allowed to self-promote. I can't do that. Don't you guys are pretty strict though about letting people in the country. You're stricter than we are, right? We're just like, come on in. I'm going to cover the Lake and Riley case when it comes up. I'm going to do her killer is pleading not guilty, which is insane to me why we're even wasting taxpayer dollars on this guy. It's really frustrating to me. But that's just me, I guess. Oh, yeah, didn't translate hostile witness. Oh, Kranz. Yeah. It just means someone who's going to be combative on the stand. They're not going to like the defense calling them if he has to be called by the defense. And they're not going to have trial tomorrow for Karen Reed, and they're not going to have trial. Yeah, they're taking a rest, a stretch, or whatever. She's giving the jury a break. He was about to show an exhibit. So I don't know if you heard me, China. I was saying that a proper crime scene investigation, they should have blocked off the entire street. And they should have had an officer, if they thought this was an actual crime scene, they should have had an officer there protecting the crime scene the entire time and not allowing anyone in or out of that street. And they called the state police. Canton police called the state police within an hour of this happening, and the state police said, no, we're not coming. So there was no one to keep the crime scene clear or even consider it a crime scene. They didn't interview any neighbors. They didn't see if anything happened. Did they hear anything? Did they see anything? Anything. They didn't block off the scene at all. So you had no one show up until the later on in the evening when it was already dark and there was a blizzard. There's snow falling continuously for hours and hours and hours before anybody even came onto the scene. No one was wearing gloves. No one was wearing booties. No one was wearing anything. They had a shovel and a leaf blower. They didn't sift the snow for any minute pieces of evidence. They just did it all wrong. I mean, I wasn't a cop or a detective, but I did study this in college, and I did work at a police department, and I was an intern in the evidence collection department. So obviously CSI, whatever you want to call it, but I know how to work a crime scene, and I know all the ways that you're supposed to do a crime scene properly, and that was not proper. So using a giant shovel to dig up snow, and that's not the way you're supposed to do it, because you could be throwing away pertinent pieces of evidence by using a shovel. So they should have done like an archaeologist does when they're digging up bones to find dinosaur bones or artifacts or whatever. That's how they should have done the crime scene. And they only limited it to 8 to 10 feet, which is not a crime scene. They should have, like I said, blocked off the entire road. It doesn't make any sense what they did. They didn't do anything, actually. And the fact that this went to trial is ridiculous. And again, like I said, they found 45 pieces of taillight. I didn't see 45 pieces of taillight. And he lost his belt. That's unexplainable. They redid the basement flooring, concrete flooring, like they poured new concrete down there. It's weird. They sold their house. They all got rid of their phones and got new numbers or upgraded their phones. And they got rid of the dog that they had for 7 years. Why would you get rid of your dog? And yeah, sold their house and a federal agent, Brian Higgins, federal agent, threw his phone away in a federal dumpster, cut up his SIM card, and got an all new phone and all new phone number. But yet he kept the salacious text messages between him and Karen Reed and got rid of everything else. That's not questionable and weird at all. I just think this is just a like it's the Scarlet Letter kind of thing. This is totally like, if you guys have not seen Copland, Street Kings, The Departed, you got to see it, because this is literally those movies happening in real life. So yeah, it is wow, China, because like a federal agent, he works for the ATF, and he actually used a federal facility to extract his cell phone, what he wanted off of the cell phone, which were the messages between he and Karen Reed, and everything else is gone. And he got an all new phone. Oh, it's totally. And he, so he used federal property that we paid for that. He used our tax paying dollars to, he shouldn't have done that. That's against the law, to get rid of information. And they're all buddies. They're all friends. They're all related. The McCabe's and the Alberts are all related. It's just so crazy. That's what makes it interesting for me, is just that this is the law enforcement. Yeah, I know. I think there's going to be a federal there should be a federal investigation on Brian Higgins, because he is an ATF agent, and he misused federal property, and federal resources. And then, another guy, he involved an FBI agent to actually help him do this, which was one of his best friends. The sad part is, like I was saying earlier, is that John O'Keefe will never know what happened to John O'Keefe. They'll drop it, they'll close it, and they'll never find out what really happened. So that's the sad part, because they're too busy protecting. Also, I don't know if you heard me say earlier, but Michael Proctor, the lead investigator on this case, is best friends with the McCabe's and the Alberts. I mean, they watch each other's kids. They've been to each other's weddings, all of this stuff. He is under investigation by Internal Affairs for how he handled this particular case, but yet he's still on full duty. And right now he's investigating a double homicide. That's not weird. Nobody has a question about that. And again, the prosecution has yet to call him as a witness. Yeah, but he's still on duty, full duty. Yeah, it's everywhere. I mean, yeah, so Kirsten made a point, somebody made a point, that maybe John was not a corrupt cop. And maybe he found out something, and maybe they did something about it. That's a good theory. So maybe he didn't fall in line with them. Yeah, because he is a straight arrow. Like, according to the way he sounds, like he was super OCD. Everything was like just perfect, which is strange because he was raising his sister's kids. And so to have kids in your house, and he had a home for everything, like everything had to go exactly where he wanted it to go. He was very, very organized. So that may be what happened. Yeah, I definitely find it strange they got rid of their dog. Like, why would you get rid of your dog? And sell your house. Like, you live there forever. Yeah, that's just like the movie Street Kings. And I'm not just saying that because I love Keanu Reeves, but that's exactly like that. Yeah, they sold it. Like, not long after all of this happened, they sold the house. I mean, surely the jury's got to see through this, right? Like, they sold their house, they all got rid of their phones, changed their number, deleted everything off their phones. I mean, it's just weird. Just super weird. I don't know anyone who doesn't love Keanu Reeves. If they don't, I think they're just crazy. I was in a film with Carrie-Anne Moss just so I could just be one step closer to Keanu Reeves. I actually saw Keanu Reeves in concert. That's where I got this album. He's in a band called Dogstar, and they came to Austin, and I just wanted to see Keanu. Don't care. Yes. Yeah, since I was a teenager, he was on this magazine cover. I think it was called Tiger Beat when I was a kid. Yeah, I have everything. I have sequin Keanu Reeves pillowcases. It's really sad. I don't even have half the stuff. My cloffice is too small, but I have movie size posters of Keanu Reeves, and have my Keanu Reeves blanket back here. I have tons and tons of Keanu Reeves stuff. I adore him. I'm not psycho or anything. I just know everything about him. Like, it's really weird. My dog is named Neo. It's pretty sad. It's not sad. My dog's birthday is the day before Keanu's, just because no one deserves to have the same birthday as Keanu. Yeah, I've watched literally every movie Keanu's been in, even things that he's just voiced in. I know, it's crazy. I think he's in the new SpongeBob coming out. I'm not a SpongeBob fan, but I'm going to watch it just to hear his voice in it. I can't think it's SpongeBob. I don't know. It's some cartoon he's voicing in. Bjorn.
Thank you. Be seated. Put us back inside.
So I just have like.
All right, Mr. Nettie, you can go back to the podium.
Thank you, Rob.
Lieutenant O'Hara, you testified on direct examination that you collected 6 or 7 pieces
Sorry,
of
that's my
plastic,
dog.
correct?
I believe that's what we found, yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yes, why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to.
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right. In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
Okay, redirect, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
So Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
You were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than doesn't get too thorough.
Now, you had made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the Geotab GPS on the cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that equipped with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how you're able to tell the
Sorry.
precise time of your
There's
arrival
some
on scene,
scratch marks on
Correct, sir.
John's
as well
arm.
as each member of your
They
unit?
look
Is
more
that
like
correct?
cuts,
Correct, sir.
but the defense is saying
Now,
that
as
the dog
far
attacked
as
John.
the items and where they were.
So
again,
they
I
got
just
rid of
asked
their
the
dog.
Photographs that were marked
Gave
as
it to
exhibits
someone else.
before. Where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that. Is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
Right.
The
All right,
mark
Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
on John's
you, Ron.
arm
I
look
appreciate
more
it.
like cuts. I mean, I have 2 dogs. They don't look
Thank
like
you.
dog marks, but they could be. But because the defense brought the
Mr.
dog
Yannetti,
into
this
this
is your
fight,
paperwork, I believe.
for lack of a better term,
All right,
Albert
Mr.
got
Lally,
rid of
next
their
witness,
dog.
please.
Yes,
They've
Your Honor,
had that dog for
call Ms.
7
Maureen
years.
Hartnett to the stand.
And the dog supposedly, it was a German Shepherd, is not very friendly to strangers. And John would have been a stranger because he's never been to their house, supposedly. I don't know. but they got rid of the dog, which is really sad.
You step right up here and just watch your step for me.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court is hearing the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you throughout this to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And Ms. Harden, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
And I'm going to ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate was concerned?
I know,
I have a
right?
Bachelor of Science in Biology from Bridgewater State University.
And following receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And after you received your master's, where did you go after that?
I was then hired by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And when you're initially hired, you mentioned that you're a forensic scientist too now, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're initially hired, or when you were initially hired at the State Crime Lab, what was your position and what did that entail?
Are you referring to back in 2004 or in my current hire?
You're back in 2000.
In 2004, I was originally hired as a temporary employee in the CODIS unit.
And what is it that you did there?
I collected blood samples for the DNA database.
And did you receive any sort of training in regard to that work?
Yes, I was trained on how to properly collect and seal those samples.
And what did training sort of consist of in reference to that?
I demonstrated being able to take those collections and then properly store them and seal them.
Does that mean
Now,
putting them in red solo
Your
cups?
current position, what is your position?
That's
at
what
the
they
crime
did
lab?
at this crime scene.
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too in the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Units.
And what is sort of the difference between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is still in training at the crime lab.
And did you start as a forensic scientist 1 when you came into this particular unit?
Yes, I did.
And about how long a period of or process is it from the time that you start as a forensic scientist 1 before you become a forensic scientist?
It took me approximately 9 to 10 months to be signed off to be a forensic scientist too.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what goes on as far as that process is concerned, going from a forensic scientist 1 to a forensic scientist 2?
During that time period, we are being trained in the various types of analysis that we'll perform in the Criminalistics Unit.
And what exactly does that training sort of consist of?
The training is broken up into modules, which addresses each type of analysis. At the end of each module, we take a written exam, an oral exam, and a hand-on practical exam. Once each module is successfully completed, we'll move on to the next module.
And what are your duties as a forensic scientist in the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response?
In the Criminalistics Unit, I examine items of evidence submitted by law enforcement personnel or crime scene responders for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I also perform gunshot residue collection and damage analysis.
And with respect to the crime scene response unit?
For the Crime Scene Response Unit, I respond to crime scenes. I document crime scenes, analyze or test evidence, preserve the evidence, and then transport that evidence back to the crime lab.
And now, with reference to your training experience, specifically in the crime scene response unit, what is, based on your training experience, what is sort of the definition of what is a crime scene?
A crime scene is any location that may contain evidence related to a crime.
Now, with regard to those 2 positions, what, if any, training did you receive in regard to those 2 units that you're currently in while you were at the lab?
I'm sorry, are you speaking about the crime scene training specifically?
Crime scene training, yes. Let me ask you first to start with the criminalistics.
The criminalistics training, I completed modules on body fluid identification, such as blood and semen, trace analysis, identification of hairs and fibers, pattern evidence, such as bloodstain pattern evidence, as well as damage analysis.
And as far as the training was concerned with regard to the crime scene response?
I received training in proper documentation using sketches and diagrams of the scene. I also received training in trace collection at crime scenes, as well as gunshot residue collection at crime scenes.
Now, the crime lab that you work for, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does that, as far as accreditation, what does that mean?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance process that the laboratory is a part of, or an outside body evaluates our crime lab to ensure that our personnel, procedures, and instruments are held to certain scientific standards.
And the outside sort of vendor or the outside accrediting agency, who is that in regard to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI is another acronym that stands for National Standards American National Standards Institute.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, how often is that something that that your lab undergoes, or is there some audit process? How is accreditation sort of achieved?
We are audited, I believe, I want to say every 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. They come out to the lab and they go through certain systems or have a certain scope in which they audit us. We also do internal audits as well.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, is that something that was up to date in the month of January of 2022?
Yes, it was.
And is it up to date currently as well?
Yes.
Now, your work, I believe you just alluded to this as far as your testimony, but does your work go through some sort of review process?
Yes, every assignment that I complete goes through both a technical review process and an administrative review process.
Can you explain a little bit about what each of those is and what it means?
A technical review process is done by an independent analyst, either a peer or a supervisor, who will look through my file and determine whether or not they can come to the same conclusions that I came to based on my notes.
Are you familiar, based on your training and experience within the lab, of something called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is your understanding? What is a proficiency test?
Proficiency tests are given in the different types of analysis that we do at the lab to ensure that we are maintaining our competency in that type of analysis.
And about how often are these administered, or how often do you take proficiency tests?
For biological fluid identification, I take 2 per year. For trace identification, I take 1 per year. And for crime scene response, I take 1 per year.
And these proficiency tests, are they required by the accrediting body ANAB that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And did you take a proficiency test in hair and fiber identification in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the outcome of that proficiency test?
That was successfully completed and required a remediation.
Can you explain to the jury what remediation is and why this specific proficiency test required remediation?
A remediation occurs when you have an inconsistent answer with that is expected by the laboratory or by the test provider. In this particular instance, I had an inconsistent answer with the expected laboratory result.
And how was the remediation completed in this instance?
After the inconsistent answer was identified by my technical leader, we had a verbal discussion about why I came to the conclusion I did. To be more specific, each item had 2 samples. One of the samples for item 4, I determined as being a human hair without a root, when in fact the root was present. We had a discussion on how I came to that conclusion, and then she mounted that hair back on the microscope, and we discussed different ways that I could have come to the correct conclusion.
And during that remediation process, were you permitted to continue to perform casework during that time?
Yes, I was. I was permitted to continue to perform casework in hair and fiber identification. However, I was temporarily asked to not perform technical reviews of my peers' work on hair and fiber identification.
And was prior casework that you had completed evaluated to verify that the previous reports were issued correctly?
Yes, they were.
And what was the determination in regard to that?
No previous casework was affected by this error.
And have you since completed additional proficiency tests in hair and fiber identification?
Yes, I did.
And what were the outcomes of those subsequent proficiency tests?
Those were successfully completed without needing any additional remediation.
As far as the remediation was concerned, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what the issue was and what that remediation process looked like again.
Sure. So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that at the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics such as a loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damage. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
Over 1,000.
And how many scenes have you processed in regard to your work with the crime scene response?
I responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the lead investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Now, if I could ask just a general question as far as blood testing is concerned, how is it that you test for blood?
Normally I would test for blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a 2-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I apply sterile water to. I take that cotton swab and apply it to the area that I would like to test. And then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test, or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a coded, if you've taken a COVID test or a pregnancy test, the liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
And through your training experience and work with the lab, are you familiar with a term called QLIM or QLIM?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to DNA, would not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, 1 to be tested in our DNA unit and 1 to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that that item, the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
Now, Ms. Hartman, if I could turn your attention to February 2nd, 2022, do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it was approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
I'm sorry, her eyebrows
And,
are really
was one of
short.
them
It's bugging me.
Reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I shouldn't say that, but it is bothering me.
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Now, where within the Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did,
Finish them.
I was directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
and when you got to the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And did you then examine that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And you made certain observations of that, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to your observations that you made of the black Lexus SUV, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the Crime Scene Services section within the State Police Lab?
Yes.
Okay, Kirsten,
And
thanks
what,
for
if
joining
anything,
though.
was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations?
You
or while you were
relax
conducting-
and enjoy your meditation.
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other, I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
I'm probably going to end the
Anyone, Madam
live
Coach?
Yes.
at lunch when they break for lunch. Yeah, I just want to draw the rest of the eyebrow on. It's crazy. Right? It's terrible. I should stop doing that. This is what I mean. I'm so judgmental, and then I have to ask God forgiveness at the same time because I'm going to say something.
Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's, it looks like diagrams that I had taken at the scene. However, it appears to be missing some information.
Now I'm turning my
So as
sister
far as
into
the
the
notes
same
that
way.
you took, they're not memorialized. Ms. Harden, you were taking notes on those diagrams when you were at the Canton Police Station in the garage?
Yes, I did.
And that diagram that you have before you does not contain those notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the diagrams that you had before you and that you were taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the make, the model, license plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make is a Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684. The VIN number is
good Lord.
JTJF7AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
Just FYI,
Approach
Kirsten,
Daniel.
they
Yes.
collected blood
Come
at
up,
the
so you can
scene and put it
introduce
in red solo cups. I don't know
Any
if you know what
objection?
those are, but they
You-
are red plastic cups that people use here at parties, like backyard
Ms.
barbecue
Hartnett,
parties.
with reference to
They're
the
not
diagram
evidence
that
cups.
you took that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that?
Totally wrong.
Yes, I do.
And with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to
That's how they collected
take that
evidence.
out, just to,
It's disgusting.
as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's
Thanks,
permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yeah, beer
Yes.
cups. Yeah, it's so stupid. You'd never do that. So incompetent. And then they sat those cups beside her SUV in the evidence
And Ms.
garage.
Hartnett, before you, I believe, on that desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
Just click on the button there and point at the screen if I or anyone asks you to do so with reference to the screen. So, Ms. Harding, with reference to what's up on the screen, the top of that first page of the diagrams, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what you observed and what, if anything, you made note of in reference to your observations of the black Lexus on February 2nd.
In my notes, I had the vehicle was in overall good condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area. So that's not viewable in this particular diagram.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the bottom.
So in this area here.
And as far as the damage that you noted in the right rear passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next page, please. Now,
Remember,
from the
she
diagrams that are up
looked
on the
like she
screen right
ran
now,
into
page
his
2 of what's
vehicle
been
when
marked as
she left the
137,
driveway of
could use
their
that as
driveway.
one of the directors' attention to each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to that.
The damage to the dent, the rear
No,
door was
his house
in this
camera
area.
showed
The broken tail
when
light
she
was
was
here,
backing out,
and then there were some scratches on the
that
rear bumper
it
as
looked
well.
like she slid because it was it was a
Now, in
blizzard.
addition to
It looked like
scratches
she
on the rear
slid
bumper on
kind of into his
area
vehicle.
of that lift gate in the back, what if anything else did you
The camera shows
observe
that.
sort of within that area?
I observed an apparent
I know,
hair on the
it's
rear
a
quarter panel
crap show.
about here. And I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. Oh, excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word, when you say parent, human
Yeah,
hair on the rear
China.
bumper,
It totally looks like that.
why that terminology? Why do you call it that at that stage when you're in the garage and you're making these observations?
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that,
And by the way,
did you
he's
do that
6'2" or
examination
6'3".
of the hair that you
Where
observed
would
in your
the hair
area
come
of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
I want to know.
And where was that?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself, taken back to the lab and examined microscopically.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
They're trying to say
And
that she hit him with
when
her
you say,
car
reserve
in
it
the
for
back of the
trace
head
unit,
somehow.
If you could, just in general terms, describe to
so
the jury
hard
what the trace unit is and what is it that
but
they do
somehow
as
he
far as
managed
their
to lay
analysis in
flat
relation to what you do.
in the yard. I don't know.
Certain
Lost his
items
belt,
will be examined in the
lost the
trace unit
shoe,
for identification. So if the
lost his
criminal
hat.
unit does not perform glass identification, that would be done in the trace
And his
unit.
eyes were
They would
bulging out
also,
of
they also
his head.
will look at other items such as plastic and hairs, but I'm not comfortable going into the analysis that they perform. I don't have the details on that.
Yeah, you're not comfortable because you don't have it.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the third diagram from that. And again, Ms. Harden, what's up on the screen? is
Yeah,
that
it's only 24 miles an
40
hour.
minutes. That's the
By
third
the way,
diagram,
24 miles an
Yes.
hour
or the third
in
page
the
of the diagram.
snow.
And what, if
up a
anything, of
hill.
significance did you note?
I can't make this up.
I noted the items that were located within the vehicle. There were some boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this. As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
I don't recall at this time.
Ms. Gunn, you can, excuse me, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just the way that judge says yes.
I'm going to show
is
you
irritating.
initially a set of 18 photographs.
just me?
That's generally with both, and I'm just going to ask you, generally speaking, if you recognize what is contained there.
6'2", 6'3" man, 200 and something pounds, cars going 24 miles an hour, their prediction anyway. I mean, baseball pitchers throw baseballs over 100 miles an hour. And people hit that. This is not, I'm no math whiz, clearly. But I just find that this is mathematically, it's just not possible with all the other variations involved in this.
Ma'am, do you, generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that date of February 2nd?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll excuse the minutes of the next minutes.
No objection.
I also didn't tell you guys, the prosecution actually had 3 different
Your Honor, if I may, I don't mean to.
So
federal
Madam Court Reporter needs to.
reenactments
I understand.
done
So
of
all
what
I'm
their
asking, Your Honor,
theory
just- I
is
may
of how
approach
she
just to show
possibly
a
hit
couple more
him,
photographs
and
while
none
the
of
court
them
reporter is reporting so that the witness may review them.
found it possible for her to have hit him the way they said so. So the defense is going to use the prosecution's own theorist reenactments against them because they have nobody that could find a way possible that she could have possibly hit him the way they theorized that she did. And these are all federal reenactments. They couldn't find anyone to prove it the way they say it happened. So they won't be using their own reenactment people. If you can believe that. But you best believe the defense is, because the prosecution paid for that, 3 different ones. And none of them came up with the conclusion that the prosecution's using.
138 to 155.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court.
So, Mr. Lally, you really need to keep your voice up, and the witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs that have now been marked for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with 2498.
That's a lot.
Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of the license plate of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2499. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, next photograph, 2500.
I want to see this dent she's talking about.
And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen as this exhibit 140?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize within this photo?
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage of the Canton Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gillen, 2501. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
And which part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
Looks like the front passenger side of the Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph is Gilman 2502. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes,
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at this point?
the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505. And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Harney?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman 2506.
Do you guys see a
Do you
dent
recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
if she
What do
hit
you recognize?
over a 200
That's the rear
pound?
of the black Lexus
man.
SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's up and around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
Now, from this photograph 2506, which is exhibit 145, using the laser pointer before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to the damage that you were talking about, or where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2508.
The entire,
Looking now,
like, zone. Are you serious?
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a little. Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observe that thing.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle and this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
And what, if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
And did you perform any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper, as well as the apparent hair from the rear quarter panel. And I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
And turning away from that just for a moment, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 2512.
So she found no blood on the car.
And Ms. Harden, direct your attention up on the screen. What's the now been marked as exhibit 150? Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, of significance in relation to items collected or items you observed, do you observe in this particular photo?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2515. And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 153. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that within this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear chair light?
Someone if you could.
To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where damage is indicated or observed by you, is that later marked in some fashion?
I know the damage in my notes.
But as far as on the physical item itself, is that marked in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
So that second set of photographs that I placed before you when the stenographer was marking those exhibits, do you generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Okay, keep in mind he had a baseball cap on.
Tom, to introduce in a minute.
Yeah. I mean,
Four
she
photographs as the next exhibit.
tapped his
Is there an objection,
vehicle.
Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
It was like she slid into it because of the snowy driveway. That's a lot of damage that they're showing.
$156.
And who knows how long that it was like that though, you know, like
I'll take those. Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2521. Ms. Hartnett, again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 156?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that's the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have Ms. Gilman photograph 2527.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with counsel?
do you know how hard you have to hit someone to get hair with the root pulled out of it? And he had a baseball cap on, so I'm very curious how they got
Thank you, Your
root.
Honor. Appreciate it.
So Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention to the screen, photograph 2527, that's now been marked as Exhibit 157. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically, as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Yes.
And lastly, from this packet, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Hartnett, 2535, which has now been marked as Exhibit 159. Do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
Enjoy your meditation.
That's the interior of the
Kirsten. Thanks
trunk
for
of the
joining.
black Lexus SUV.
And is that fair and accurate portrayal of the interior of the trunk as you observed it in the Canton Police Department garage on February 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing another series of 9 photographs. Again, you just ask you to look at those. Look up when you're finished, but really what I'm going to ask you is do you recognize what's depicted in this?
Look at this judge. She's so impatient. The scratches on the side look like she hit something white, doesn't it? Or like a pole or something, maybe. It looks like she maybe silver. I don't know.
Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those that set of 9 there?
These are pictures of the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Her car was black. Like I'm a bad driver, so I know what it looks like when you run into something.
Yes.
When things just jump out at you. I mean, trust me,
Is there any objections?
I've run into a lot of
None, Your Honor.
things.
Thank you.
Well, you really have to keep your voice up.
I'm sorry?
You really have to keep your voice up.
I
Oh my
apologize, Your Honor.
gosh. I mean, I never miss a pothole. I never miss a sign. I know what it's like to hit things. So that looks like she scraped, ran into, I used to hit those yellow poles all the time at Walmart. So that's what it looks like. Like she hit a pole or something, a sign. I don't know. Another car maybe. She got too close to a car in a parking lot. But it doesn't look like she hit a person. I mean, the scrapes on the side look like a piece of metal, like she hit another piece of metal.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish portions of this for the jury as well?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2539.
Yeah,
Sorry,
look, that's
what's up on the
black.
screen is photograph 2539. That's now been marked as exhibit 160. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger
His
area
car was
of the
dark.
black Lexus.
His car wasn't white.
As far as the damage that you observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to that or what's visible of that in this photograph.
This area here is the broken tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph 2540. Now exhibits 161.
Yeah, she ran into something else.
Again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe, if anywhere in this photograph, damage to the right rear passenger.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554.
Yeah, I know that too. Like that's something somebody ran in. That's not.
And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as photograph 2554 exhibit 165?
Yes, I do.
And talking before earlier in your testimony about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
Do you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And could you direct the jury's attention using laser pointer to where you observe that and what, if any area of damage or what that's denoted?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in.
Yeah, look at that white. Look at that. That's white. That's white.
There's a letter on the sticker, I believe it's A, that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I
No,
noticed.
dude, I'm an expert at running into stuff. No, that's
Gentlemen, if I could
ran into
have
something.
photograph
Somebody ran into something.
2558. My fault. 2556.
You see how fast you turned that one off?
And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked?
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that.
Yeah, let's zoom in on that. That's whack.
And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what if anything is depicted that you noted something?
It looks like somebody stepped on it.
There is pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
Because she backed into something, not a
May I
person.
approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
A person's not made of glass.
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs. If you could just move those up on your pen.
Look, if you knew how many things I ran into, I'm not only not allowed to drive because I'm epileptic, I'm not allowed to drive because I'm a bad driver. Like, you should see all the stuff I've run into. I
Do
can tell you
recognize
right
what's
now
depicted
that's
in
not a
those
person.
photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
I've never hit a person.
And what do you
thank
recognize
Jesus.
those two?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the taillight on the Lexus SUV.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Come up, see if you can give us the next one. Exhibits.
No objection.
I've run into a lot of cars, a lot of walls, a lot of yellow poles, a lot of signs, a lot of potholes. That is an object.
So it's 169 to 172.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs of the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2573. Sergeant, again, photograph 2573, what's now marked as exhibit 169. You recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph?
This
Flat-
is the area
flat
of
marks.
the rear passenger side of the vehicle, just below the taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I get asked sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you place in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
If I could ask Ms. Gilman.
So, Mr. Lally, when you when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. We can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Understood. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2576. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the two areas up on that, if you could zoom in that area. Sorry, first on the one below.
Clearly, she's deaf.
Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you noted there?
Those
Yes.
are white
Can you
marks.
explain to the jury what you noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this exhibit 172, there's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you note or observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did she hit a polar bear? I mean, what the heck? Physics, people, physics. That's not possible. I'm no physics. I'm terrible at science and math, but I'm telling you, that is
Take a look
not
at those
possible.
and asking if you recognize generally what they are.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll call on to introduce the amendments, the next exhibits.
No objection.
When they lose this case, this prosecutor's never going to be heard from again, kind of like Binger from Kyle Rittenhouse. It's going to be end of his career. Kyle Rittenhouse. I can actually believe it. I think the charges didn't fit what they were going for. The charges were too.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, and asked to publish some of those photographs.
The verbiage. Again, the verbiage.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have.
They were going all or
2558.
nothing.
And then, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's contained in photograph 2558, exhibit 173?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle of the screen.
I see fingerprints on that. Did anybody lift those?
Again, Ms. Harden, what is depicted in this photograph?
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2561. For the record, this is exhibit 176. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle there. It's hard to recognize what's depicted in this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the damage I noted on the rear door.
That looks white.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm showing you a series of 3 photographs. Those that we finished. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of the taillight housing back at the lab.
And what's contained in that, those 3 photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the taillight housing once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to introduce the minutes and next minutes.
No objection.
Thank you.
I hope the defense points out those what look like fingerprints anyway.
187 to 189.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, Ms. Hartnett, before we get to those photographs, I do have a few questions. So it makes no difference to me, but I think we can turn the lights back. Thank you, Mr. Officer. Now, as far as the collection of that evidence that you collected from the vehicle specifically, how was that evidence collected? And again, you've received training in regard to collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the collection of evidence that you did in this case, was that in conformity with that training and experience that you have?
Yes, it was.
And so how did you collect those pieces of evidence from the vehicle on that particular?
It depends on what the item was, the taillight specifically, if that, is that what you're asking about?
Well, first, let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I used disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I used reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
And so each of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's in an effort to combat contamination?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or the paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those?
Those would have been collected with a disposable scalpel. I use it to scrape off pieces of paint from the vehicle, which are then put in a glassine envelope and a larger manila envelope.
And as far as the pieces of glass from the bumper area of the vehicle, how were those collected?
I collected those with gloves. I may have used tweezers. I don't recall at the time. But again, if I used tweezers, I would have used bleach tweezers or disposable tweezers.
Now, as far as that taillight assembly was concerned, how was that collected, or what, if any, issues did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle. So a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
And as far as what exactly was it that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
I believe he just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't have to place it down anywhere.
So you had two hands on the taillight as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the taillight that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your two gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the taillight?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as once you removed that taillight from there, what, if anything, did you do with the taillight there?
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab, where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station, were you presented with any additional evidence by any officers from the Canton Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
That's
Now,
embarrassing.
starting with the drinking glass, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
And then what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those solo cups, let me ask first with regard to the solo cups, what were done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the swabbings from the red cups, what, if anything, was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do with those?
I secured those in a glassine envelope and a large envelope, and then transported those back to the lab.
Now, After your examination on scene, you returned back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the laboratory?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask you, in general terms, when items are taken by you back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those, now when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Now, with regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into that?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examine any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
And then from that specific item, did you perform any testing on that item?
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
And as far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use a polyester swab, which is a flat,
Amazing how a piece of
spatula-shaped swab.
is still
I
on there.
apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
Now, with the court's permission, could I publish for the jury what's now been marked as exhibits 187 through 189?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 8970. Now, Ms. Hart, directing your attention to what's up on the screen now is exhibit 187. Again, do you recognize what's in there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 8971, next photograph. What's now on the screen is exhibit 188. Again, do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted there, and what, if anything, is in addition to the taillight, what, if anything, are you?
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I am holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
And lastly, photograph 8972 to 189. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at, perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing in this book?
That is the back side of the taillight. And again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that time.
Sorry, just one moment, Your Honor.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, from your initial response to the Canton Police Department, you secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to the hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM, what, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
And with regard to item 3-6, the apparent hair, can you explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that?
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material.
And as far as your examination is concerned in that microscopic analysis, what are some of the things or what are some of the characteristics that you're trained to look for that you observed in this specific instance to give you that determination that it was a human?
On the exterior of the hair, there'll be scales, and depending on the shape, it can help you determine whether or not the hair is an animal hair or a human hair. Human hair have imbricate scales, which look like overlapping shingles with a wave-like edge. That is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item are looked at. Running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, whereas an animal medulla will have distinctive or can have distinctive patterns within them. Also, the size of that medulla or channel that runs through the center of a hair in a human hair is approximately 1/3 the entire width of the hair, or in animals, it may be much larger than that.
Now, as far as based on your examination of this particular item, this hair, what, if any, opinion or what, if any, determination did you come to in regard to that item that you examined microscopically?
I determined the hair was consistent with the human hair with a root.
Now, as far as that item was concerned, was there any measurements that were done in reference to that?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall what the measurements were or what the length was?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's possible.
May the witness refer to her notes just in reference to that?
So they only found one hair?
The hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
So where did the hair go from there?
At that point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Now, it may be pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean by those sort of descriptions?
I know, right?
The root end is the end that would have been attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
And how is it that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3-6, the hair, were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those samples?
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit. And if potential testing needed to be done on the shaft end, that would be sent out to an external lab.
Okay, so they
And
only
you know why
found
that
one hair.
We don't perform
with
that type of
roots.
DNA testing
He
at our lab.
had blunt force
And that's,
trauma with a
something you're familiar with, the term
laceration
mitochondrial DNA
on the
testing?
back of his head.
I am familiar with it,
And
but I
they
don't really
found
have a
no
full understanding
blood
of it.
on her
But as
vehicle.
far as your understanding is the type of testing that would have had to
So-
be sort of sent out to an external vendor, that would be, the type was mitochondrial?
What now?
Yes, that was my knowledge. It's time, yes.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with regard to examination of the remaining items in this
That
case?
makes sense.
Sometime in May of 23?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
It was discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And no
And
blood on the tail.
Specifically, there was an
tail light
item
pieces?
7-18, which was a gray sweatshirt attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, from that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items, what is it that you were doing and what is it that you were looking for in regard to your examination of the clothing?
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples for that, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that specific item, 7-18, the gray sweatshirt, what, if any, observations in general did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as well as across each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
And there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So blood all over his shirt. Not on the car. What is happening?
Sergeant, just showing you, here's 6 photographs, and again, asking you to look at those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the photographs I took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, come, may I approach?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. No objection.
Okay, now we're getting into the nitty gritty because this stuff don't lie. Not like those Alberts and McCabe's.
So just 190 to 195.
This is where they're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole.
Ms. Harden, before I turn to these, I just had one follow-up question. And you had been talking about or testifying about sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had mentioned that the root end is typically something that would be attached to the scalp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, but not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
And so to that point, as far as the root end of the hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where?
Correct, I do not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have excuse me, photograph 9789. Ms. Hartnett, putting up on the screen now what's been marked as exhibit 190. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the photograph I took of item 7-18. It is the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9790, the next photograph.
Yeah, that's a lot of blood.
You recognize that as well, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 9791. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is exhibit 192?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
And lastly, not lastly, for this purpose, photograph 9792. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen is exhibit 193?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
That's a lot of blood.
Coming if I could have 9795. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen
And
is exhibit 194?
All of those
Yes, I do.
markings on the arm, those are like,
That is the exterior front of item 7-18, and it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas of damage.
see, those are defensive wounds right there.
The next photograph would be Ms. Gilman 9796. If you could zoom in on that one.
Come on.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, what we're looking at here, that's the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas that you labeled, this starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, and goes up through 9, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Those are defensive. That's like him holding his arm up like this.
I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Get out of town.
Hartnett, showing you another series of photographs. Just ask if you could review those, look up when you finish.
There can't be a jury that looks at this and goes, "Oh yeah, he was hit by a car." Poor family. I feel so badly for this family.
Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
These are close-up photos of the areas of damage 1 through 5.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come on, to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before we begin, Madam Court Reporter, Your Honor, if I may approach just to show the next series of photographs.
Okay.
It's 196 through 205.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9811.
Those are punctures.
With respect to what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 196.
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that is an area of damage that I noted as Area 1 in my notes.
Is, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 912, next one.
Maybe the dog
Again,
theory.
Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 197.
Yes, I do.
And with respect to this, what are you doing here?
That is a close-up photo of the same area of damage, Area 1.
That has some measurement that you're taking with reference to the size of that damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do that respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments that you examined?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9813. Again, this is area 2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9815. Again, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 200. Recognize this as what now?
That's a photograph of the Area 3 that I noted.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9817. Now, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 202, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And is that the number 4 area that you noted on the right arm sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819. What's up on the screen is Exhibit 204. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And again, what is depicted in Exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The photographs that I placed before you while the stenographer was marking the prior exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jury, sort of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas 6 through 11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And may I approach this retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, call will seek to introduce as the next exhibits.
No objection.
I wonder if he had a coat
And if I
on
may approach the witness just to present
Another set.
or if he was just wearing that gray sweatshirt. I mean, I wonder if he started off with a coat because you would think he would have had a coat on when he got there. I got to double check the waterfall video because they're used to that weather up there. So I don't know. Because if he had a coat on,
It's 206 through 217.
Thank you.
when he got to the house, where's his coat? That means he made it into the house.
So, Ms. Hartnett, what's contained in these photographs now been marked as exhibits 206 through 217. Those essentially sort of the same close-ups and then a close-up with the measurements that the jury just saw in regard to what you had marked as 1 through 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is just 6 through 11 on that same area in the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the photos that I just placed before you a moment before, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize recognize those to be?
These are the areas of damage, 12 and 13 on the rear of the sweatshirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come up and introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Okay, just places.
Two eighteen through 221.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish these photographs for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9837. And Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
When you recognize that, to
That's the exterior back of the gray sweatshirt.
and the items marked are that you labeled as 12 and 13. Are they depicted on that?
Yes, they are.
If you could, using a laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to where 12 and 13 are.
Is it possible to zoom in on the numbers? I can't read them from here. So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9838. Exhibit 219 on the screen, that's just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the other photographs that I had placed before you when the stenographer was marking those, do you recognize in general terms what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are additional pictures of the sweatshirt in which I've also made some notations of areas that need further testing.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Come on, see. Introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
If I may, I want to just place these before the witness.
It's 222 through 230.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Ms. Harden, before I get to what's now been marked as Exhibit 222 through 230, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item. What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the microscope.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends and possibly separation of the weave of the fabric, or a cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are you able to tell from your examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now,
Be familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS, or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this case?
An alternate light source is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye. On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. The ALS did not show any stains in that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that your lab at the State Police Crime Lab is credited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
And is that sort of sent out to an external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected items and sent it out to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, direction did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it.
I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And what you were directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping, was that at the direction of UC Davis Lab?
Yes, that's correct.
And you performed those functions in conformity with what Ms. Kuhn told you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to those items, did you note, with regard to the clothing items, as far as the gray sweatshirt was concerned, did you note any stains on those areas? On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
So what I'm specifically referring to is the items on the gray sweatshirt, item 7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected for the UC Davis lab, but in other areas of that item. Well, let me actually first turning back to that. So the item that we were talking about as far as where you collected stains from that were sent off to the UC Davis lab, which item were they collected from and where on that item were they collected?
I collected 2 swabs from the areas around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize. So I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that was me confusing as far as the questions. So turning away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab, in addition to that, what, if any, stains did you observe on that article of clothing 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what, if any, testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And are those the same sort of initial testing screening test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or were there other items of clothing of Mr. O'Keefe's that you tested with the screening test in the lab and a confirmatory test in the lab as well?
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Now, if I could bring your attention back to what's now been marked as exhibits 222 through 230. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have photograph 9841. And what's been marked as exhibit 222. Again, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And with reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other item of clothing, similar to the tears or cuts or the damaged areas that you observed, were those areas similarly marked with some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you denote those?
For the red brown stains on this item, I use letters.
Starting with A and then sort of going through it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9842.
So they did send that off for dog bite
Again, do you
testing.
recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9843. And what's up on the screen, which has been marked as exhibit 224, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9844. What's up on the screen now is exhibit 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C, and F, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a pulled-out version of that to denote where B and C were located on the sweatshirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now up on the screen is exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little bit on those stickers. And Ms. Harden, if you recognize what's up there on the screen as exhibit 227.
Yes, I do.
And these are two other stains that you noted as far as D and E on the same item.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, with reference to the other photographs that I think you still have before you that I gave you when the stenographer was marking the last batch, do you recognize generally what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt that was told was belonging to John O'Keefe.
And what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the orange T-shirt was concerned in your lab that day?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll walk the seat to introduce the exhibits. The next exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can read this.
Exhibits 231 through 241.
Thank you. Mr. Lally, we have a few minutes before lunch. Do you intend to display some?
I think maybe.
If you do it quickly, do it now. If you're not, we'll take a break. Jurors, we're going to take the luncheon break.
She's like, never mind, we're doing it.
I'm going to see Counselor Tucker.
I'm surprised you let it go on this long.
All rise for the court, please.
It's 1 o'clock there. I don't know if they're going to call Michael Proctor. I'm like super curious about this. When is this guy going to get called? But okay, so he just asked, that they tested for bite marks, but he didn't ask the results of the test? He just kind of skipped over that? And that's a lot of blood on his shirt. Yeah, I think so. I think this is like where, and that looked like fingerprint or some type of print marks on the back of her SUV. They didn't test to see if that was John's fingerprints or maybe, eliminate a police officer's fingerprints. I just feel like this is very shoddy. But the forensics evidence doesn't lie. I mean, there was no blood on her vehicle, but yet somehow she hit him and he had a huge laceration on the back of his head. That's a lot of blood on his front and back of his shirt, which I find very odd. And what's up with all the holes in his sleeve, his arm, the sleeve of his shirt? That seems like defensive wounds, right? And that he did the close-ups on the holes, but how close are those holes together? I mean, I really wanted to leave the dog out of it, but could they be puncture holes from a dog? I don't know. If they're close enough together, I guess, but they look kind of like puncture. But then again, the marks on his arm are like cuts. And those straight down cuts are not consistent with the puncture holes. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I can't tell. So, but I'm interested to see what the test results came back from California, since they had to send those all the way to California for if it were dog bites. That would explain why they got rid of their dog. Maybe. But then that doesn't explain them saying that he never went into the...
Court stands in recess to 1:30.
Oh, they're only going to take a 30-minute lunch?
Is it something, like 6 protocol?
Okay.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users.
We're going to mute him because everybody's... Oh, hey, Kirsten, you're back. I thought you were going to be gone for a while. Has it been 2 hours? They're going to lunch for 30 minutes. We have a very small amount of people on here today. Some people keep popping in and out, but I think they see our lackluster numbers and they're like, we're dipping out. It's not a big enough crowd. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you got relaxed. Yeah, this oh, hey, Silencing Whispers. Welcome. Oh, good. Well, so this is basically a corruption case. I mean, that's all there is to it. China can chime in too. I think China's pretty familiar with it. Karen is being accused of running over her boyfriend, basically. Oh, that's nice. Kirsten, fall asleep. It's basically a corruption case. The Boston police and the Canton police are all in on this somehow, some way. I'm not really sure why. But a Boston police officer, John O'Keefe, was found dead in another Boston police officer's front yard. If you've ever seen the movie The Departed, or Copland or Street Kings. This is actual real life happening. It's very similar to those films, but they're covering for a police officer, and it's not the dead one. This police officer was found dead in another police officer's front yard in a blizzard, and they're claiming that his girlfriend, Karen, the one on trial, hit him and left him for dead. 30 minutes. Left him for dead in the front yard. And somehow, some way, all of these people are all related to each other. The people who owned the home and the people who are covering also the McCabe's and the Alberts are all related. And they're all coming up with the same story. It's very strange. What makes it stranger is the Alberts sold their home. They got rid of their family dog that they had for 7 years. The Alberts and the McCabe's all changed their phones, deleted their phone messages, deleted their Google searches. They are besties with the lead investigator, who also accepted gifts from them and said, thank you, give the gifts to my wife, though. And he's also under investigation by Internal Affairs for this very investigation, yet he's still on full duty and still doing investigations for murders right now. And one of their best friends who was at the house is a federal ATF agent who also got rid of his phone and deleted messages and tore up his SIM card and threw it away. And also used the federal resources he had to extract certain text messages from his phone for this trial, which were only messages between he and Karen that make Karen look like a hoe, basically, and got rid of all the others. So they all got rid of their phones. They all got rid of messages. They all got rid of Google searches, sold the house, got rid of the dog, and claimed that John O'Keefe never came into the house and that he was just basically out there in the snow left to die by his girlfriend. How convenient. And they're all cops. And John O'Keefe, by all accounts, was a really good guy. He was raising his niece and nephew because his sister died, and so did her husband. And now not only are these kids left without parents, but now they're left without the uncle who is raising them. That right? China, that's what the big question is. But now, so they have literally called all of these witnesses, but they have not called Michael Proctor, who that's all they've talked about, the lead investigator. They have not called the lead investigator to the stand. They've called the Alberts, who, by the way, this happened in their front yard, and they slept through all of the emergency vehicles, all of Karen screaming her full head off in their front yard that John was dead. Somehow didn't wake up to all of that noise and racket out in their front yard. They sold their house, got rid of their family dog, all of that. And they're still, all of this, it's craziness. It's absolute craziness. Also, John was missing a shoe, missing his baseball cap, missing his belt, which is odd. Supposedly Karen hit him at 24 miles an hour. By the way, John was over 6 feet tall, weighed over 220 pounds. And he had a huge blunt force trauma gash in the back of his head. His eyeballs were bulging out of his head, which is disgusting. And there is blood now that we can see from this forensic CSI person basically on the stand. There was blood all over the front and the back of his long sleeve hoodie that he was wearing. And there were puncture holes all in the sleeve of his shirt. Very odd. And on the back of Karen's SUV, you can see like white marks all down the quarter panel and back end of her SUV. And they supposedly found 45 pieces of broken taillight after they impounded her vehicle that was in the snow. Don't ask me how they found that. But it looks like she ran into something white, like backed into a wall or backed into something like that, not hit a person. And John had no markings on his body from like being hit by a vehicle. What else? Oh, also, the prosecution used 3 different accident reenactment, federal accident reenactment investigators to try to piece together what their theory was of how she hit him. And none of them came up with their theory that she hit him. And so they are not using them or bringing them to the stand, but the defense is, and they're going to use their own prosecution witnesses against them to show that their theory is not credible. Also, the prosecution is going to challenge the Jennifer McCabe Google search, because Jennifer McCabe Google searched at 2 something in the morning. I know at 2 something in the morning, Jennifer McCabe searched "house long to die in the cold" on her phone, but she deleted that search. But cellulite, not the kind that grows on our legs, y'all, but it's a data search system that every prosecutor, every police department, everyone uses. It is the end all be all to data searching on your phones. They found it on her phone, and they are challenging it. The prosecution is challenging it and saying it's not a good source. Liar, liar, pants on fire, because that's what the prosecution used to pull up all the data from everyone's phones. But they're saying that's not credible. But the defense is using it to say that Jennifer McCabe searched that search at 2 something in the morning, long before she ever did the search at 6 something in the morning, according to her, by Karen's direction. They're saying that Jennifer McCabe did the search at 2 something in the morning and deleted that search. The prosecution is challenging that by the defense and saying that that's not credible, even though it's done by the exact same search company that every prosecution and attorney and police office and everyone uses. How can you challenge your very own company, your very own search person? I don't understand that. So why would she be searching that at 2 something in the morning if you didn't know somebody was in the cold, freezing to death? I don't know. So also Jennifer McCabe, everyone's story changed from the time this happened. No one ever mentioned, not one time, that Karen Reed said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Do you think I hit him? Maybe I hit him. I may have hit him." She never said those words. No one ever uttered those words when this happened until it came time for trial. They never said those words in any of their depositions, any of their interviews, ever, never, ever, until the trial happened. And then all of a sudden, everyone said that on the stand, that she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Even the paramedics said that. But no one ever said that in any of their earlier interviews or conversations ever. But now that they're being questioned by the prosecution, everyone said that's what she said. So it's very strange. This is just like, it's like a movie. It literally is like, if you guys haven't seen those films, Copland, Street Kings, or The Departed, check them out. because this is exactly what those are. This is what makes this case so interesting. I mean, it's a lull and a very slow burn trial, but when you start looking at it like a film, like a really seriously like a Scorsese or a like a Godfather type film, it's totally like that. It's crazy. Yeah, The Departed is good. But that's exactly what this is like. Yeah, they're taking a short lunch. They said they'd be back at 1:30, so they only have 15 more minutes. They're probably just cramming food in their mouth. But the forensic chick is like totally contradicting. Like, how do you find one hair with a root on the back of the car? I mean, you have to hit somebody pretty dang hard to get a hair with a root on it. Also, I was thinking, China, considering Brian Higgins' Jeep was parked in front of the house with the snowplow on it. I mean, Karen Reed was parked uphill. Like, what if it was snowing, there was a blizzard. I mean, what if she hit his snowplow? What if she kind of backed into the snowplow? I don't know how long she had that broken taillight. Also, when Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe were on the stand, it was very odd testimony when they tried to explain away the broken taillight situation, because Matt McCabe said that when Karen called Jennifer in the middle of the night and was like, Jen, like, where's John? Where's John? I can't find John. Matt McCabe literally said on the stand, like, oh, you can't ride with Karen. She has a broken taillight. Like, what? That's the thing you think of? Your friend is missing? You can't find your friend? And you think, oh no, honey, you can't go in the car with Karen. She has a broken taillight. And wait, how did you know she has a broken taillight? And why is that the first thing you think of? Like, what? How did any of that make sense? And then if you love John so much, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. It's just like crazy talk. These people are nuts. And I don't know if you saw Jennifer McCabe's testimony, but she had daggers in her eyes looking at Karen. Like, it was like Mean Girls. I mean, crazy. Yeah, they're protecting. I mean, they do protect each other, the boys in blue, but they're protecting the ones that are alive. Oh, also, Silencing Whispers, supposedly, in the Alberts house, they re-concreted the basement flooring before they sold the house. Now, I don't know. I'm honestly, I'm not on either side. I'm really on the O'Keefe family side, because I've said in every video I've made about this case that John O'Keefe is being forgotten, and so is his family, because whatever the outcome of this trial, John O'Keefe is never going to get justice, because they are going to close this case. They're never going to find out what really happened to John O'Keefe. And that is absolutely horrible. He will never get justice. And I think that's the saddest part of all of this, is that obviously the family is there every single day, and they're sitting literally right next to Karen and having to look at her, and they're, I don't know if they believe she's guilty or not, but the sad part is if she's found not guilty, they'll never open this case back up and try to find out what actually happened to John O'Keefe, which is horrible. So I think that's the worst part of all of this. And what's sad is that Jennifer McCabe has gotten to John's kids, because the kids testified the other day. We weren't allowed to see or hear it, but some of the law and crime reporters were in there, and they said that the kids even changed their testimony, their story, because when the kids were first interviewed, they never said anything about Karen hitting John. But Jennifer McCabe has been talking to the kids, and then now suddenly the kids are saying that Karen made comments saying, I might have hit him. I could have hit him. What if I hit him? So that's now the kids think, Karen. And then, of course, they talked about their relationship, saying that it wasn't all, cotton candy and roses. Well, of course, nobody's relationship is all cotton candy and roses. And then someone was on the stand and said that basically Karen was just a babysitter with benefits. I'm like, dang, y'all are ruthless. Yeah, she's not in the circle. She was an outsider. She was not in the circle. So they're bashing her big time. She's definitely an outsider. So they're tearing her down. Yeah, it's sad for the O'Keefes, sad for the kids. I don't know if I told you this, Silencing Whispers, but I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but the kids have lost both their parents. Their parents died. John O'Keefe took them in and adopted them because that was his sister's kids, and now they've lost their uncle. Come here. Yeah, so the kids are really suffering, and now they're having to listen. Now the closest people they have they have their another aunt and uncle, but it's such a close-knit community with the McCabes and the Alberts, so that's who they have in their ear, telling them these lies. Frida Freud. The kids now are in their teenage years, I think. They were, I think, 11 and 14 at the time. So I think the daughter, the girl's 16 now. So yeah, they're impressionable. So yeah, it's terrible, right? To lose your parents, and then your uncle takes you, and now he's dead, and in a horrific way. But who knows how he died? But that's a lot of blood. And that's not a lot of damage to the car, if you think about it. And no blood was found on the vehicle, by the way. No blood was found on the vehicle. But you see all that blood on his shirt. So yeah, so there's a lot. A man there wasn't just a man that died. You have kids involved. You have, family lost someone, and then you have these evil people. To me, they're just evil people that are just like, I don't know what they're doing. And to me, if you didn't have anything to hide, I don't know. I have 3 scenarios. They either did something to him and they're hiding it, or maybe he tripped and fell going into the house and no one even knew anything and he just died in their front yard. And I don't know, maybe he hit his head on the fire hydrant. I don't know. I'm just trying to think, it could be an accident and maybe they just didn't want to have to be responsible for somebody dying on their front yard. I don't know. Or maybe she hit him and she didn't know it. It was a blizzard and everybody was drinking. I don't know. Or, as somebody pointed out, maybe he wasn't a corrupt cop like the rest of them and he knew something and here we are. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's awful and no one's going to look into it any further. And that stinks. Yeah, I don't think he'd ever been to their house either. And so there was a lot of people at the house. They were all related. There was some one-offs that were like friends of the kids. And then of course Brian Higgins, he was a friend. He's a federal agent though. He's an ATF agent and he changed his whole phone number. Got rid of his phone, destroyed the SIM card. The only thing he kept were these flirty text messages between him and Karen Reed, which is odd. Also, they were all told like the day or 2 days after they all got rid of their phones to not get rid of their phones. They were given an order to not destroy their phones. And then they had all just gotten rid of their phones and changed their phone numbers and whatnot. And then they were all given an order not to do anything with their phones, but that they'd already done it. I wonder how they knew that they were not supposed to get rid of their phones or delete anything. Yeah. Interesting, huh? Yeah, all kinds of shady shenanigans going on. I just want Michael Proctor to be called to the stand. So I said this earlier, if the prosecution does not call Michael Proctor to the stand, who is the lead investigator, and oh, by the way, if I haven't mentioned already, is very close friends to the Alberts and the McCabe's. They go to each other's weddings. They're at each other's graduations. They babysit each other's kids. So no conflict of interest here at all. He is under investigation by Internal Affairs, but if the prosecution does not call the lead investigator of this case to the stand, then the defense will call him. And when they do, it's going to be ugly. And I mentioned this before, they could ask the judge to treat him as a hostile witness because he will be a hostile witness. Okay, we'll see in a little bit, Silencing Whispers. But the judge probably won't allow it because she's been like super anti-defense. So I will say I'm normally not like the judge is taking sides, but this judge, I'm just going to say she is. That's how I feel anyway. But I'm entitled to my opinion. We all are. But I feel like she is. I can't wait for the defense to get their turn. But this trial, by the way, was supposed to last 6 weeks. This is the 6th week, and the prosecution is still going. This is absolutely ridiculous. And they've also taken like lots of breaks as well, just like in the Christopher Greger trial. This trial has taken extra long weekends. They've been on half days on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's just been like, just like tomorrow, they're not going to have trial. I don't think they're going to have trial on, there's a couple more days this week they're not going to have trial. So it's just very choppy. And I don't really know why they're doing that. I don't think it's because they don't have witnesses. They have plenty of witnesses. They're just making this a very choppy trial. And the prosecution has even brought in witnesses that to me were rather irrelevant, but they made them relevant to show that Karen was like a jealous girlfriend, trying to make it seem like she killed John on purpose, which didn't make any sense because by all accounts, every single person, even the McCabe's and the Alberts who were out with them that night, said that they were getting along really well. They seemed like a really great couple. So it's all very contradictory testimony. So Hunter Biden is on trial today, supposedly. Is she on? Let me look up that interview. Hi, Susan. How are you? I know, right? Just like this whole thing is just a hot mess. I mean, I don't understand it. Where is that video, Kirsten? Oh. Welcome back. We got a very small group today. Okay. Yeah, Kirsten, if I can find that interview, I'll do it later this week. Oh, guilty of crime. Okay. Oh, that's one person I haven't heard from is her dad. Let me write this down because I'm going to be knocked out cold tomorrow. So so y'all keep me in your prayers tomorrow because I might, let me write these names down. having a procedure done and it may turn into surgery, so I don't know when I'll be back. Okay, I got these written down. Okay. I will be on the lookout for a post on my page that will do this. When I get back. I'm so close to being monetized and starting memberships and super chats. I'm excited. I literally just went, I was telling China earlier, Kirsten, that and Susan, my channel, like 91% of the people that watch my channel are not subscribed. That's a huge percentage. Like huge, as Trump would say. Yeah, that's where I want to find that, because I was gonna break that down. I was gonna look for that and react to it. Oh, okay. Let me unmute. Man, that was a fast lunch.
What I'd like you to do is every day, no later than 8 o'clock in the morning, let Madam Court Reporter know how many exhibits you think there are going to be for the day,
May not
because
have a
you may or may not
channel and don't
know
realize
that
it's
each
free
sticker,
just to create a
Madam Court
channel.
Reporter puts the exhibit number, the date, and her initials, and that takes a lot of time. So if we can streamline that,
Like my boyfriend
that
loves
would
me,
be
but he
much
does
better.
not
How
have a
many more do
YouTube
you
channel,
expect
and
to
he's
have
not
for
even
today?
subscribed to my channel.
May we
I
approach
could
this
just
on
kick
that?
him in the butt for that. And he does nothing but watch YouTube, but he's not into crime. I should just create him a YouTube channel and make him subscribe to me. Are you able to put the link in there? I wrote down the thing. Oh, they're not back yet. They're just... Oh. Sorry, boo-boo. You bumped your head. Come here. See if you can put it in my comments. But I wrote down the channel you said. Comment my channel comments where when you On my YouTube channel. It doesn't go in there either.
We can line them up and bring them in.
I don't think so.
You are unmuted.
I'll look for it. Hold on. Let me put my email in here. You guys can email me.
All right, could we have a witness, please?
All right, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hart.
Good afternoon.
So with respect to the photographs that were just marked as exhibits of the orange T-shirt, that was item that was marked as 7-1, is that correct? I'm sorry, 7-17.
Yes, that's correct.
So similar to how you had marked off areas of either damage or red-brown stains, was that similar to what you did with the gray hooded sweatshirt? Is that similar to what you did with the orange T-shirt as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there were two other clothing items that you examined, being a pair of jeans and a set of sneakers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with reference to the jeans, that was marked as item 7-1, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to the sneakers, that was marked as item 7-4, is that correct?
Each sneaker had its own item number. One was 7-3 and one was 7-4.
And with respect to the evidence as far as the stickers and sort of the denotations that you had made in regard to either damage or red-brown stains, was that similarly done with respect to each of those remaining clothing items as well?
Yes, that's correct.
You know what I may approach?
Yes.
Ms. Harden, with respect to the jeans, showing you a series of 8 photographs, do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs that I took of the pair of jeans.
And what's contained in those photographs, a fair and accurate portrayal of your observations of those genes when you conducted your examination of them at the lab.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce and admit exhibits.
All right, and there's no objection, you said, Mr. Jackson, correct?
Thank you.
So it's 243.
Yes, please. Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, publish some of the photographs in the packet from 232 to 241.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9862. Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's now been marked as exhibit 231?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph I took of item 7-17, the orange t-shirt, and it's the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, 9863. And again, Ms. Harden, if you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 232,
Yes, I do.
what do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of item 7-17.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9867. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on sort of the upper right portion of that with the sticker bar.
You think so, Susan?
Now, Ms. Hardy, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 233?
Yes, I do.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to any items that are any areas of this shirt that you marked on.
I marked 3 specific red-brown stains using these stickers and letters A, B, and C.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to keep the zoom in, but go to the bottom left of the photograph.
She was definitely putting herself out there.
And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, within this zoom in portion of exhibit 233, using a laser pointer to draw the jury's attention, what if anything you noticed there?
I noted red-brown stain D, which I marked with a sticker, and D on the bottom right.
Last name is Gilman, if I could have photograph 9873. And Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is now marked as exhibit 239. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the upper left portion of the photograph. And again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted there.
I noted this specific red-brown stain, and I marked it E.
And she was no angel. She did not want kids.
And Your Honor, similarly, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked now as exhibit 242.
I don't know what she
249.
expected to happen to the kids, but she didn't want kids. And that Brian Higgins guy, he's an ATF agent. He didn't have
Ms.
kids.
Gilman, if I could have photograph
And she
9878.
thought he was hot. That is true. Each their own. I've never heard it called a frame up before. Have y'all ever heard it called a frame up?
Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention of the screen with now the mark as 242. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph of the exterior front of the jeans with the belt, item 7-1.
Well, there is his belt. They said it was missing.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9887. And as you testified before, similarly to the other clothing items that you testified about, did you mark off certain items of interest or areas of interest on this item as well with respect to the jeans?
Yes, I did.
And that's depicted in this photograph.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9888. And if you could just zoom in, Ms. Gilman. Again, Ms. Harden, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to those areas that you noticed or that you marked off in respect to this.
I marked off red brown stains A, B, C, D, and E on the front of those jeans.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
She is so like angry when she says that. Yes.
Harden, showing you another series of flying photographs. You know, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the sneakers, items 7-3 and 7-4.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Chair of the Commonwealth seeks to introduce the next exhibits.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Oh, your husband's a cop selling some whispers? Oh.
Thank you.
Right? I hope my son's gonna apply to be a cop. I actually am hoping that I don't know. I'm really worried about it.
Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the sneakers and sort of the other clothing items that you received, do you recall how or where or when it was that you received each of those respective clothing items? Or how the lab did, you know?
They were received by the lab from the Norfolk detective unit.
And as far as the sneakers being labeled with two different stickers, do you know why that was?
One of the sneakers was recovered from 34 Fairview Road, and one of the sneakers was recovered from the hospital.
Now, with reference to the photographs that I've just placed before you, have you had a chance to look at those?
These ones here?
Yes,
No.
if you could.
Oh, the judge just looks. I mean, it has been a long trial,
Do you
though.
recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are the fingernail clippings that were submitted for John O'Keefe
And do you know where they were submitted from?
by the Norfolk County Detective Unit.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess
Introduce the minutes next.
they were saying a shoe was missing, but I guess that one they found under the snow.
Thank you.
Oh,
And Your Honor, with respect to each of those, I'm not seeking to publish those to the jury at this time. So,
Okay.
Court officer.
The lights back on, please.
are you leaving again, Kirsten?
Now, Ms. Hartnett, with respect to those stains on
the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans. What, if any, testing was done with respect to those things?
A screening
Okay.
test was performed on each of the Rembrandt stains on those items. I'm sorry, did you say the sneakers? Could you repeat what items you're speaking of?
With respect to each of those respective clothing items, what, if any, testing was done with regard to any stains you observed on those items?
For the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the jeans, I saw visible red brown stains, which I screened for blood. The majority were also, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood. There was one stain on the orange t-shirt, however, that was too small to perform that confirmatory test. So for that instance, I noted that the stain was quantity limited, and I preserved it after the positive screening test instead of performing a confirmatory test in order to preserve enough material for any DNA analysis. As far as the sneakers, given their dark color, I did not see any visible red brown stains on the black area of the sneakers, so I used an alternate light source to aid in visualizing any potential blood on those sneakers. With that alternate light source, I tested several stains on the sneakers, one of which screened positive for blood.
Now, with respect to the other clothing items that you were talking about doing the screening test and the confirmatory test for blood.
You're definitely right.
With
It is
respect to the gray sweatshirt,
a
the orange
lot
t-shirt, and the
keep
jeans.
all those
What
mouths
were the results of that screening test and that confirmatory test that you ran with regard to each of those things?
The screening test and the confirmatory test were positive.
Now, beyond the stains, did you take any additional samples from those items?
Yes, I did.
And what were those and how was that done?
For each of the items, I picked up any loose trace material, which would be hairs and fibers or apparent hairs and fibers that were adhering to the item. I also did a scraping and swabbing for skin cell collection of the unstained areas. And that involves taking a sterile scalpel and swabbing the areas of the clothing that don't have any visible stains on them, and then taking 2 cotton swabs and swabbing that same area, and then combining those scrapings and swabs for potential DNA analysis. In addition to those, I also took a scraping of each of the materials, and that involves taking the item using something like a flat metal spatula and scraping down whatever adhering materials left on the item into a glassine packet.
And as far as those items, once they're collected from the material or from the clothing, what do you do with them from there?
Each of those items is given its own item number. It's a sub-item of the overall larger number used to mark the item, and those are sent to the appropriate units for additional testing.
And as far as preservation is concerned, when it comes to sending something to either the trace unit or the DNA unit, what, if any, steps are taken in regard to preserving those items once they're removed from the clothing and sent off to the other units?
Each of those items would be preserved according to protocol. They are sealed properly, initial and dated with my initials and date. They're entered into our LIMS system, so those sub-items could then be tracked throughout the laboratory, and they're stored in the appropriate storage unit.
Now, at some point, did you also receive items that were labeled as 3-2 and 3-3?
I submitted those when I returned from the original scene.
And what were those, ma'am?
Those are pieces of glass from the bumper and a drinking glass from the crime scene.
Now, did you examine those items?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, examination did you do, and what is it that you were looking for in your examination?
I did a visual examination, and I took photographs, and then I also took a collection from each of the items.
And did you do any testing on those items?
No, I did not.
And what kind of samples did you collect from those items?
I took potential skin cell collection using a swab moistened with sterile water.
And as far as the samples that you took from, as well as the items themselves, what, if anything, did you do with reference to those once you were done with your examination?
The swabs were preserved for testing in the DNA unit, and the original items, the apparent pieces of glass and the drinking glass, were preserved for the trace unit.
As far as those preservations were concerned, is that similar to the preservation process you were describing earlier with regard to the clothing items?
Yes, that's correct.
So both Mr. Lally and Ms. Harnett, you have to keep your voices up or we have to turn the air conditioning off.
Understood, Your Honor.
So a good investigation would have compared that glass that they found in the yard to possibly the waterfall bar to see if it came from there, or I don't know, the Albert's house to see if it came from there, if they'd have done a proper investigation, but clearly.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I don't have any further
They
questions.
did not.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
About this one. Because maybe they'll answer some of these questions if they do a good job.
Ms. Hartnett, you responded to Canton Police Department. A lot of your testimony was about what happened in the Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked if you responded to the Canton Police Department on February 2nd, and most of your testimony was predicated on that date, you going over there and doing some visual observations, as well as some removal of items and some other testing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it February 2nd or was it February 1st?
May I check my notes?
I'd appreciate it if you did this.
My apologies, that was my error. It was February 1st.
Okay. So everything that you testified to, you only went once.
Yes, that's correct.
So everything that you testified to having taken place on February 1st, we should assume it was actually on February 2nd, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sallyport? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so just so you know.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice. You were dispatched at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your recollection, sure. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Yes, I was told on scene that Trooper Proctor was in charge of the investigation.
Now, while you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to just do an overview of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, that was important given the limited information that you had at that time about a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking for anything that would rise to a level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Hence your review and notation of certain scratches on the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Which may or may not have anything to do with the incident, but you noted it anyway, correct?
I did not draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from.
Okay, you just took the words right out of my mouth. My next question, the dent that you noted and photographed, you made no conclusion that that occurred as a result of a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
The scratches, and I'm just going to go through a couple of them. The scratches that you denoted and had photographed, you made no conclusions about that having anything to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
Even the broken taillight, at that point, you made no conclusions or drew no scientific conclusions about that having anything at all to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
You did, however, look for tissue, human tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the car itself. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
In that review, I think you testified that you saw nothing that suggested the transfer of human tissue to the vehicle, correct?
I did not see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were scratches on one of the extremities of John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Were you shown a photograph of those scratches to assist you in your visual review or examination of that vehicle?
Not at that time, no.
To this date, have you seen a photograph of his arm and the injuries to his arm?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I may, if we have it, could I display for the jurors and from Ms. Hartnett Exhibit 19?
Is this the one that's
The arm
covered a bit?
has been
Okay.
cropped.
Yes.
Okay, you guys tell me what you think these marks are, because they look like cuts to me. Whenever they come up. I mean, I have dogs. They're not as big as a German Shepherd, but when they scratch
Ms.
me,
Hartnett, do you
they don't look.
recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of scratches previously, correct?
Yes, I've seen a photo containing
Okay, and
something
that's
similar.
consistent with the photo that you've seen since your visit to the Sally Port on February 1st, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Was there anything in your, by the way, did you look at all around the vehicle 360 degrees?
Yes, I did.
Did you look toward the top of the vehicle as well as toward the bottom?
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle. I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Understood. Did you examine the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I did look at the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And you know what I mean when I say undercarriage?
Yes.
Could you explain for the jurors what you mean when you use the word undercarriage?
The parts that normally you would have to see by,
they look
bending
like
over or
pretty big
laying underneath the
gashes,
car to
like-
view what's underneath the vehicle.
Not scratchy.
That would include the frame and the axle and the drive shaft, transmission, things of that nature.
Yes, I'm not confident in all the terminology of the undercarriage, but yes.
Did you see anything that was suggestive of or consistent with the pattern of injury that you see to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified to make any kind of pattern determination and what would match the injuries on his arm.
So the answer to my question is, as you sit here, you made no observation of anything on the SUV that matched these injuries, correct?
I wouldn't be,
Go ahead and answer that.
I wouldn't be able to testify from memory. I don't have a photograph of the undercarriage, nor did I make any kind of conclusions about that at the time.
Okay, understood. And you didn't take any, I'm sorry, the swabs and samples that you did take variously on the car all came back negative for human tissue, et cetera.
The testing that I did on scene from the various areas of the undercarriage, which I had mentioned before, the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, and the exhaust pipe screened negative for blood.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, can we take this down?
I'm just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. On February 1st, 2000, taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cups.
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you, how did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red-brown staining, so I assume, you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red-brown stain at the scene.
And you, of course, know as a forensic criminalist that blood stains can contain multiple contributors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know as you sit here which blood stain found at the scene related to which solo cup in the bag, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain, but I was not there.
From the same scene or?
Stain, excuse me. It was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain.
Okay. If they in fact were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing that as you sit.
That's correct.
And ultimately, once you did take that swab from that single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of that blood evidence?
I left that with the Canton Police Department.
Was there any of the swab, by the way, I should ask this, I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken of that one solo, from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Of those 2 swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of what who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so therefore, we would not know if there were multiple contributors to those stains or that swab that you took from that single solo cup.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, the remainder of all of that solo cup, as well as all the other 5 solo cups, was retained by Canton Police at the Canton Police Department in the control of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't know who was in control of it once I returned it to the Canton Police Department.
Who did you return it to at the Canton Police Department? Whom, I should say.
I believe I gave it to a Canton police officer. I don't know which officer that was.
Michael Proctor was at the Sally Port at the time.
This
that you were
just
doing
gets
your
better and
examination,
better, you
correct?
guys.
Yes, that's correct.
Did he not take control of it himself?
Not that I saw. I don't know who took control of them once I was done with my collection.
They have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to some of the damage that you did note on the vehicle, that vehicle looked like it had been driven to a certain degree, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I'm not, if you could clarify the question, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Terrible question. Let me try it again. That vehicle was not a vehicle that had clearly just come off the showroom floor and had not been in use, based on your examination.
I don't think I am qualified to make that kind of decision.
It looked like there was some normal wear and tear on the car.
Other than the specific items that I pointed out earlier, the dent and the scratches, the exterior was in overall good condition. So I can't say specifically if it was driven I don't think I can make that conclusion unless you want to rephrase the question.
You didn't have any reason to believe that car was in any other condition than it had been owned and driven by somebody, right? Or could you make that conclusion?
I don't think I can make that conclusion.
So it could have been an absolutely brand new, right off the showroom floor car?
I guess I don't have any understanding of what could have happened to it in the showroom. I'm not sure I understand the line of questioning.
Why don't we move along?
Fair enough. I guess what I'm asking is, you've done some damage analysis in the past, obviously, this was not your first rodeo, right?
I don't do damage analysis on vehicles.
Okay. Did this car look like it had reasonably normal wear and tear on it? That's my question.
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay. Ultimately, the right rear taillight housing was removed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you the person, Ms. Hartnett, who actually used the tools to remove that taillight, be it screwdrivers, wrenches, anything else?
No.
Who was that actually did that work?
It was a Canton police officer that had entered the garage, and as I was removing it, he offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point, I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit that you'd been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break, 187, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Does that look like the same housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the house, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal, what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swabbed that taillight housing?
Sure. Is there a way that, can it get zoomed in just a little bit so I can differentiate the silver in the front? I'm having a little trouble.
Is that zoomed in enough or do you need more?
I believe so. I can start. So I took it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
Was it one swab?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you swabbed multiple areas with one swab and then submitted that.
Yes.
So you don't know as you sit here where, if any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from,
No, that's correct.
other than the general housing altogether.
Yes. So then just to finish your previous question, I did. That's okay. It's just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the taillight. So the areas I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the taillight was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the taillight.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the taillight, bottom left?
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you swabbed that area as well as other areas on the exterior, like the red upper right.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As you swab that, the DNA test does not differentiate where you swab, just that you swab, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was all one swab, one collection.
Got it. So we can't define whether the DNA was to the upper right, on the outside of the lens, or some other place that you pointed to.
That's correct.
And of course, you're familiar with touch DNA, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Touch an item, walk away, sweaty palms. Good likelihood I just left some DNA on this podium, correct?
Yes, you can transfer skin cells by touching an item.
Thank you. We can take that down with the court's permission. Sure. You also indicated that you collected glass from the rear bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Yes, I have it as a parent glass, but yes.
As a parent glass, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Is that
May I refer to my notes?
with the court's permission?
Yes.
Just so you know, you don't swab different areas with the same swab. That's forensics 101. That's just total.
I'm just unfamiliar with the lettering A through E. I don't believe I have that in my notes. If you could refer to the document that you have.
Is it possible that, and this is
Don't
just
do that.
ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individual pieces A through E? You did not?
That's possible. I did not label them A through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. As a matter of fact, you labeled it as quantity 1, correct? On an evidence submission form?
In the lens system, that's correct. Each item is, that quantity value is only used for specific things.
What
So
they're
when I
talking about
submit
touch
something as
DNA
one
is
item,
you
it
can
is,
transfer
it doesn't
from
matter
one
how many
spot to
pieces
the
it
other.
actually
Like, I
is. It's
just
just,
touch these
I'm submitting it
glasses,
as one
and then I
item.
touch my
So in other words,
phone.
one group.
Then I've just
That's correct.
transferred
But it's
what I touched
in-
here.
So we're
here.
clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are
And now I'm
crystal
touching
clear.
this mouse.
In that
So
group,
you can't do
under
that.
3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
Then you've contaminated.
I don't have the exact
evidence.
number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
Did you not annotate that somewhere, that you recovered 5 pieces?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page. So I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay, well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching, let's cash. The person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted. to try to be accurate?
I'm the one that initially, excuse me, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct. And the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay, let's take a look at that photo. With the court's permission, this is exhibit 168. Can we show that, display that?
This is a possible
And
murder
with
investigation, you
the court's
guys.
permission, you can zoom in on the area, and a little bit bigger than that, capture all of the placards. Zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Did we, or it's February 1st now? We agreed it's February 1st. My apologies. Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay, and can you, I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to a piece?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So that's the largest of the pieces, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in, stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I do not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact, they were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay. And do you know, just in your experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you know where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general area.
How far would you say that is from Canton?
I don't know, maybe a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure.
Do your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination?
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the incident in question took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, the vehicle had to have been driven by definition from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
I was informed that the car was recovered in Dighton.
And ultimately either driven back or towed back, one of the ways, some way it ended up back in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Dighton is, how far would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Again, I'm really guessing. I would say maybe a half an hour.
30 miles?
Potentially. I don't
In
know
a
exactly.
blizzard.
I was never in Dighton.
Don't forget.
Okay. So according to your notes, the glass pieces that we're looking at on the back of this bumper would have traveled, let's call it for round figures, about 60 miles in a blizzard before you saw it.
I don't know when the glass pieces were ended up on the bumper, so I couldn't say.
And of course, you knew that on February 1st, you knew a few days earlier, on the 29th, there had been a pretty significant snowstorm here in Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, I did have that information.
And that blizzard included high winds, freezing rain, snow, all the good stuff with a blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the exact weather conditions of the blizzard.
But irrespective, after all of that, whatever that was, you saw these 5 pieces just sitting perched on the top of the bumper, not embedded in any way, correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered those with little bitty tweezers, correct?
Yes.
We can take this down with the court's permission. You testified on direct examination that you also found a hair on that rear panel, the quarter panel of the car.
Yep.
Correct?
Yes, at the time of the scene, I noted it as an apparent hair, correct?
And the apparent hair, and I'll try to use that same word, I keep forgetting, you'll correct me. That apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but on a vertical portion of the quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find the hair, or was that hair pointed out to you by somebody else?
I believe I located the hair.
How exactly was that hair secured to that vertical panel, if you can explain that?
It didn't appear to be secured in any way. It was just on that quarter panel.
Okay, so it wasn't taped
No,
It wasn't glued?
No.
Wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever. It was just perched
Got a
on
whole
that
team,
vertical
Kirsten.
panel of the SUV, correct?
that's correct.
And for you to remove it, and by the way, you found this at the same time that you found the general time, that you found the glass pieces as well.
That's correct.
So that hair potentially would have had to make that same 60-mile round trip in the same blizzard.
At the time, I don't know when that hair was deposited on the vehicle.
Right. And it didn't take you much to remove that hair, correct?
I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
Not that I recall.
This is what I was waiting for, y'all.
I'd like to take a look at that hair if we can. I know you've seen it just a few minutes ago. I want to look at it one more time. With the court's permission, these are exhibits 165 and 173. If we could start with 165 and publish those.
Okay.
Does that look like a close-up view of, actually, is that zoom? Yeah. Can we pull that out? Your Honor, may I do this a different way?
All right.
This is actually, with the court's permission, okay, I'll get to that in a second. I want to try to.
I know. Ever since I pointed it out, right?
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
I love Munich. I haven't been there in so long. But I love Nuremberg. So many beautiful places in
I'm going to
Germany.
hand you those very briefly. Could you take a look at those 4 photographs and tell me if you recognize the first 2 to be exhibits 165 and 173? They're not marked on there, but
They're
what you
super
earlier
short,
looked
Susan.
at.
I just want to like finish them out with an eyeliner pencil.
Do those appear to be those 2 exhibits that you earlier saw?
Yes, I don't know what numbers they were, but I do remember seeing these photos earlier.
Fair enough. And then the second 2 photos, do those appear to be zoomed photos of the same 2 photographs?
Yes, they do.
With the court's permission, I would ask that the zoomed photos be marked as next in order.
Is there any objections to Ally?
No, Your Honor.
Can I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we're looking at what's previously been marked as 165. Does that appear to be a photo of the hair?
Would it be possible just to zoom in on that,
Absolutely.
the
This is not
sticker?
an eye contest.
And just a little bit, I'm just trying to read the letter on the white marker. Yes, so that, correct.
So that hair looks, as we're looking at it, you will agree, that hair looks like almost like a backward C, correct? In other words, it looks like it's more vertical than flat in that photograph, correct?
I would agree, it looks like a C on the side of the car.
If we could go to exhibit 173. And this is the same hair photographed a second time, correct?
If we could, again, just zoom in on that sticker.
I want him to point out the print.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hartnett, does it look to you like between the first and the second photographs, that hair has moved?
Ah.
It's no longer an inverted C, but a C.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I see the two ends, which may still be making contact with the vehicle. I can't make that determination based on this photo.
Fair enough. So that was sort of my next question. I'll just dovetail it this way. Did it appear to you that the hair, which is curled, was making contact with the vehicle on the top point and the bottom?
I would say from this photo, I honestly can't tell if those two ends are coming off the vehicle or touching the vehicle. I just can't make that determination.
But you would agree that that hair was somewhat precariously perched on that vertical quarter panel, correct?
Objection.
I want to sustain the objection, ask it differently.
Mr. Bates will finish with that. With the court's permission, you can take that down. If you take a look at the zoomed photos that have just been marked as
I can't even tell that's a hair, you guys. It looks like dust.
respectively, can you take a look at those side by side, and when you're finished, I'd like to ask you a question or two about those.
Okay.
Does it look from your perspective, seeing those photos side by side, that the hair appears to have gently moved just a little bit between the two photos?
I just don't think I can make that determination. They're taken from different angles. I just don't know. I can see that they have a curl in both, but I don't know which ends are making contact or if the ends are coming off the vehicle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Starr. There's one more exhibit I'd like to take a quick look at and ask you a couple of questions about. With the court's permission, exhibit 195, which is a shirt.
Okay.
Show the fingerprints.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you saw this just a few minutes ago on direct examination as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You indicated that you took 2 swabs from the, quote, area around damage, numbers 1 through 9 of the gray sweatshirt, end quote, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, can you describe for the jurors how you took those swabs, and were they of all 9 or a select number of the 9? How did you do that?
I moistened 2 cotton swabs with sterile water, and then I took those 2 swabs. May I use the pointer to just show?
Of course.
And I vigorously swabbed around. I don't know if it's working. There we go. This entire area. So every area of damage, I swabbed around all of it using the same 2 swabs. So it was one collection from all those areas.
One collection on swab 1 and one collection on swab 2. You just repeated the process.
No, I took them exactly at the same time. So I held the 2 swabs together.
Oh.
And as I'm swabbing, I'm rotating the swabs to make sure that all the exterior of the swab is coming into contact with that material in order to collect equal samples, or at least attempt to collect equal samples on each swab.
Okay, we can take that. Thank you. And you indicated that this was the first time that you had done swabbing specifically for the purpose of trying to find either canine DNA or animal.
That's correct.
Had you been trained at the time that you took the swabs, had you been trained or received any training or any teaching about the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA?
No,
Do you know what keratinized tissue is?
no.
Did you photograph exactly where any of those swabs were taken, or just notate it in your notes?
I notated in my notes that overall photo is the photo that I used to describe the sample that I collected.
And I think it probably goes without saying, you didn't videotape your swabbing technique on that shirt either, correct?
That's correct.
You did include a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from T-shirt 717 and shirt 718, correct?
I performed a debris collection on each of those items. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or done some debris collection. correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that
Yeah, and
the
it's a
debris
very
was from
tiny
shirt
courtroom.
717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
With the court's permission.
Thank you.
She moved it from a bigger courtroom to the tiniest one in the building to keep as many people out as possible.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange t-shirt,
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
the long sleeve gray shirt.
All right. So you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You took scrapings from both shirts. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically other than the two shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever? And
If I was able to pick out a hair or a fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris,
That's correct.
and there was no videotape of the debris collected.
Correct.
Okay. When you received item 717 and item 718, that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Yes. If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that, that's a photograph. I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contained it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contains the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes.
They put both shirts in the same bag.
I could ask that be marked as next in order.
Any objections, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah. This is killing me all the way they handled this evidence. I'm sorry.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back was already there when you received it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it notes that these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that
Of course.
for the date.
I need that coughing person to get out of the courtroom. It's weirded me out.
Yes, I didn't.
Display
So you got an answer.
My
Right, I think-
apologies. The date on there is January 29th, 2022.
So I don't have to walk back and forth, may I,
Yes.
Okay, does that look like what you're looking at, exhibit 261?
Yes. That's correct.
Thank you. See if I can stand out of the way. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected together and bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right, is January 29, 2022, correct?
Oh my gosh.
Yes, that's
Okay. You have no way of knowing, as you sit here, the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
yes, they're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm so
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Right? Silence and whispers, cross-contamination, cross-contamination. That's
Um,
all I'm saying in my head.
The debris that you ultimately got from the shirt or shirts, you don't know if that debris may have been in the bag and the shirts picked up the debris in the bag or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Because they were housed together,
Yes,
stored together.
that's correct.
Were you aware before you began your analysis on either one of those shirts that those shirts had been found at the bottom of an ambulance, on the floor of an ambulance at one point?
I don't have any knowledge of where the clothing, what condition the clothing in was before I got it.
Okay, and that probably answers my next question, but just for the record, you don't have any knowledge personally as you sit here that either one of the shirts or both of them were the floor of a hospital room as well.
I have no information about where the shirts were.
It was
One of the
Susan.
things
My
that you
head's about
did
to
indicate
explode.
was, in your direct examination, was how important it is to maintain sanitary conditions with evidence to avoid contamination, correct?
That's correct.
For instance, you wouldn't want to take the swabs that you so carefully utilized to swab an item of evidence and then, oops, drop it on the floor. You would have to discard that item and then start over, correct?
If a swab is dropped on the floor, we don't discard it. We would preserve it, but that would be a note that we would have to put in our file, and that, yes, that swab would not be tested any
You
further.
wouldn't want to
Right,
swab
because of
something and
the
swab something
possibility of
else with the same
cross-contamination.
swab.
Correct.
Why?
And at least according to the evidence bag, those two shirts were in the custody and control of which trooper before you got them?
Trooper Proctor collected the evidence according to the
Never
bag.
should have went to trial, Susan.
Ultimately, Ms. Hartnett, every single piece of taillight material and clothing that you've described in your testimony today on direct and cross-examination, all of that evidence was presented to you or to the lab at one time in one bundle on March 14th, 2022, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Which portion was in the lab before March 14th?
The taillight that I collected from the vehicle was submitted prior to that, as well as any other items that I took from the vehicle.
Okay, that was a great answer and my mistake. I knew that and I forgot it. So the taillight housing you took on the first.
Correct.
Okay. Every other item other than the taillight housing itself, which you took personal possession of, all the taillight fragments, all the clothing, orange shirt, gray shirt, jeans, shoes, everything was all submitted in one fell swoop on March 14th, 2022. Is that right?
No.
What else am I incorrect about?
So I just wanted to clear anything that was collected from the vehicle, as well as the swabs from the red Solo cups and the drinking glass that I was presented with at Canton PD was submitted by me on February 1st. The other items, the clothing items were submitted together. And then there was another submission that had the fingernails and the known blood standards. So there were several submissions. So I'm hesitant to lump it all into one because it did happen on different dates.
Okay, fair enough. Can we agree that the earliest submission, with the exception of the stuff that you actually took with you from the salad bar, the taillight material, whatever swabs you took, I'm sorry, the taillight housing and whatever swabs you took, all of the other material that was submitted to the lab, all of the other evidence, the earliest date anything was submitted was March 14th, 2022.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another look at my submission forms just to clarify.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think I have it. It's a
Okay.
two-page document, if I can show Mr. Lally.
Yeah, it happens. DNA is actually not as solid as it used to be. Cross-contamination and stuff
Is
happens
that a
way more
copy of
often
your
than not.
submission form?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Data is actually
If you could
feeding DNA these days.
Familiarize yourself with that for just a quick second.
Yes.
kind of like that search in Jennifer McCabe's phone. Because to me, the data doesn't lie. DNA is starting to get a little iffy.
Okay, may I approach one more time now?
Especially listen to this chick. She's supposed to be trained to do stuff, and she's taking samples that she doesn't even know how to do.
One more document I'm gonna ask you to take a glance at.
Yeah, anybody need a job? You can go to, apparently you don't need any experience. We can all go get jobs up there in the crime
Do you
scene
recognize
unit.
that document?
Yes,
What is that document? The second document that I just handed?
this is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to mark the first document's name again. I want to get it right.
It's the evidence submission form for submission 7.
Evidence submission form for submission 7, 2-page document, if I can have that next in order. And then the,
Chain of custody, my apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes, to both.
Oh,
So the objection sustained unless you want to convince me otherwise.
I'll have a mark for ID for the time being. That's fine. If that's okay with the court.
Yes.
well, Canton PD is pretty small, but the state police took over this investigation, which you would think they would know what they were doing, but clearly. They tried to get it
You've got a lot
dismissed,
of your Post-its on the other one. Do you want to take it off?
I was gonna actually ask if
but the judge wouldn't let them, and they
Go off
presented
that.
a lot
The witness, I guess.
of
Go back to the witness with the.
evidence to call this off, but the judge said no.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as VV, that's the log. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on page, for instance, page 11, where a tab is.
Yep.
That shows that that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th on page, notated on page 12.
Yeah, I have to agree.
What
she hasn't
item are you
cited
referring
any
to?
case
It's a plastic piece.
or precedent.
Yes, correct.
Page 13, another plastic piece.
Yes, submitted on March 14th.
And page 14, another plastic piece.
Yes, that's correct.
Page 15, another plastic piece.
Correct.
And page 17.
Oops. Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
And then if you turn to the next page, page 18, that's the orange t-shirt. It shows its submission date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's that date?
March 14th.
And then on page, the bottom, very bottom of page 20, going into page 21, there's another item, the gray t-shirt or gray sweatshirt.
Yes, that was also submitted on March 14th.
Okay, thank you. I may approach.
You know what's crazy? She has a
Yes.
huge support system. I believe a lot of her supporters are helping her pay for her attorneys.
So
a lot
you
of
need
people think
those. They're
she's
marked for
innocent.
identification.
I'm not sure if I'm going to use it one more time.
Put them up on the bench and you can grab them.
Also, in
Okay.
case you guys
Yes.
haven't noticed, this is one of the first states I've ever seen where when they do an objection, all they have to say is objection, and the judge says overruled or sustained. Most trials I've ever listened to, they have to say either objection hearsay, objection leading, objection something. They have to give a reason for the objection. But this case, they haven't had to give any reason. They just say objection.
It's hard that
It's really weird.
before you received all of the items that we've talked about and all the items that you've testified about, with the exception of the items that you physically took with you from the Sally Port. Everything else that you've testified to was submitted to you on March 14th or after, correct?
That's correct.
And all submitted by Trooper Proctor, correct?
I know they were all submitted by the Norfolk County Detective Unit. I don't know the specific officer that necessarily dropped them off at the lab.
Can you answer the question based on the log information that you have and the chain of custody that's in front of you? Can you answer the question whether Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored the taillight lens material and the clothing in the same place or in the same bag before you received it?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Based on the log information that you have, in other words, the chain of custody that's in front of you, that you can absolutely look at and determine where things were and who had them, can you tell us whether or not Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored any of the taillight material and the clothing in the same place or even in the same bag?
No, I don't have any information to how the evidence was treated before it was received in the lab.
In fact, that's because there is no chain of custody for that data. I'm sorry, for those items. There's no data for those items predating March 14th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't personally have any chain of custody information about those items we just went over predating March 14th, do you?
I personally do not have any data that would indicate where those items of evidence were prior to them being accepted into the lab.
And one of the reasons why you have such detailed chain of custody protocols is to maintain control over where items go and how they're handled and by whom, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just a couple of questions.
Just a couple. Now, the vehicle that you observed, the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port of the Camp Police Station, that was in generally overall good condition, other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs that you took from the taillight housing that you then later submitted to DNA, that was a taillight housing that you took from the Camden Police Station, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You logged that into the lab?
Yes, I did.
You took those swabbings and then you packaged them and you sent them to the DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And all of those swabbings were taken from the exterior area of that taillight assembly, is that correct?
The objection sustained is to the form.
With regard to those swabbings that you took from the taillight housing, where on the taillight housing did you take them?
I took them from what would have been the exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact. So I did not collect from any of the interior portions of the taillight that would have been protected by the exterior plastic piece.
Now, at the time that you were looking at the vehicle in the Sally Port of the Camden Police Station, do you recall what the temperature was inside the garage?
No, I don't have that information.
Was the temperature the same inside the garage as it was outside of the garage? If you know, was it heated at all?
I don't know if it was heated.
It is, Kirsten.
As far as the vehicle itself was concerned, when you saw it in the garage, did you see any sort of frozen snow or ice or anything like that on the exterior of the vehicle?
Not to my recollection, no.
I have nothing further on.
On that limited bit,
One follow-up question.
You see how the judge is like, you don't have anything, right? Basically.
yes.
If you take one more look at that, what's been marked for identification is UU. That's the evidence submission form, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Who signed that form?
Objection.
Ooh.
So the objection sustained unless you want to see me at sidebar.
I'll ask it a different way. Whose name is on the bottom of the form?
Objection.
It's the same question. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up to sidebar? May I have that, please, Ms. Hartnett?
Okay, so they're objecting because they know whose name is on the bottom of that paper. It's Michael Proctor's name. This is the elusive Michael Proctor, who is the lead investigator that has yet to be called. Okay. They're also she will not allow, the prosecution objected to the allowance of the chain of command of evidence being allowed in as what am I trying to say? As y'all know what I'm trying to say, so that the jury can see it and have it. So that she won't allow that in. So they're just having it in as identification purposes instead of a piece of I'm having a brain fart. Anyway, the prosecution objected to it. She's not allowing it in so that the jury can't see that the chain of command was broken somewhere.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, with that, I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, you are all set. Thank you. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Ashley Valaire to the stand.
They're never calling Michael Proctor.
Step right up here, just watch your step for me.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So, Mr. Lally, would you remove good afternoon, would you remove the exhibit that's on the witness stand,
Yeah, sure.
please? All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Ashley Valaire, spelled Vallier.
And Ms. Valaire, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
All right, so Ms. Valaire, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
What we've been doing is we've had to turn the air conditioning off when we can't hear.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr.
And,
Lally.
how long have you been employed at the State Police Crime?
Just over 5 years.
And if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work, where did you go to school for that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry and cell biology from University of California, San Diego.
And following your receipt of that degree, where did you go?
I have a Master of Science degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
And once you received that master's, where did you go to work after that?
I worked at the Broad Institute for about 6 months before getting a job at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
As far as your work at the Broad Institute, that's located in Cambridge, is that correct?
Correct.
And what type of work did you do at the Broad Institute?
I worked for the Center for the Development of Therapeutics Department, doing quality control checks on compounds that they think could have potential to be therapeutic drugs.
And so you went to work for the Mass State Police Crime Lab, or the MSPCL, in early 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you first went to work for the MSPCL, what unit were you initially assigned?
The Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Is that the unit that you still currently work in?
It is.
And so you started with the lab as a forensic scientist one, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what sort of steps or what kind of training did you go through in order to go from being a forensic scientist one to being a forensic scientist two that you are?
A forensic scientist one is
the initial job that you're hired as. After you've been at the lab for a year and once you're qualified and signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist too.
Now, within the trace unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what types of things you're looking at or what types of analysis that you do with regard to working in the trace unit specifically?
What I do or what the unit does?
First, as far as in general terms, what is a unit?
The unit has a lot of disciplines. So there's fire debris examination, explosives examination, serial number restoration, gunshot residue analysis, fibers,
Do I know how to do
paint,
that?
glass, physical match, trace recovery.
And specific to yourself, what is it that you do within the trace?
I do gunshot residue analysis, trace recovery, and physical match analysis.
And as far as each of those respective categories, is those the things that you've done essentially your time there, especially as a forensic scientist too?
Yes.
Now, with regard to as far as the physical match component that you were talking about, can you explain to the jury, just again in general terms, sort of what goes into that, or what are you looking at? What are you doing in regard to your analysis with that?
Physical match analysis is looking at 2 or more items that have broken or irregular edges and seeing if they fit together like a sort of like a jigsaw puzzle.
And when you're doing those examination of various items with respect to that, what types of instruments are you using, or what types of ways are you looking at these from an instrumental perspective?
It's mostly the stereo zoom microscope, which is a microscope that's mounted on a stand so that it can look at larger objects and not just slides like in science class.
Now, over the course of your work with the lab, you're familiar with the lab is accredited, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's accredited by an organization known as ANAP?
Correct.
And with respect to that accreditation, what if any testing or what if any examinations or continuing education do you have to undergo in order for that accreditation, either for yourself or for the lab itself?
As part of the accreditation, analysts that are signed off to do casework do proficiency tests every year.
And have you done proficiency testing over the course of your 5 years with the lab?
I have.
And specifically, what types of areas have you taken proficiency?
Yeah, and if you've noticed, he's the only
I've taken
prosecutor that
proficiency
does any
tests in
questioning.
gunshot residue
He doesn't even
analysis
have,
and
like, a
physical match cases.
So with respect to sort of each of the
Co-chair,
various areas of
second.
work that you do within the lab, is that correct?
Except for trace recovery, but yes.
And with respect to each of those, as far as the proficiency testing was concerned, you've successfully completed each of those?
I have.
Now, if I could turn your attention to, at some point over the course of your work within the trace unit in the lab, did you become involved with the lab case number 22-02184?
I did.
And there's a name that's associated with that lab number as well, is that correct?
A name?
A name as far as a suspect or a defendant or something like that?
Yes.
And whose name is that?
Karen Reed.
And as far as your work within the trace unit, how is it that you came to be involved, or what piece of analysis did you become initially involved in with respect to Ms. Reed's case?
I was assigned to do physical match analysis on, well, many different items.
Before we get to the physical match, was there something, what if anything were you asked to do with regard to some clothing items associated with the John Oates?
I believe I later received debris that was collected from those clothing items.
And so debris specifically, do you recall which clothing items you received debris from?
I do not without looking at my notes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness look at her notes?
Yes, go right ahead.
She'll probably be the last witness for the day. We're never going to see this Michael Proctor guy until the defense calls him. I swear, this is like craziness. She looks terrified. I wonder if she's ever been a witness on the stand before.
And
Bless her.
did you remember refresh as to which items of clothing you looked at?
Yes, so it was, well, I didn't look at clothing. I just received the debris that was already packaged. So it was labeled as coming from jeans, boxer shorts, sneakers, a gray long sleeve shirt, and an orange t-shirt.
Now, with respect to each of those items had a lab sort of label number associated with it, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the larger piece of clothing would have been labeled 7- something, and then the debris from that clothing would have been labeled 7- same thing, point, whatever? Does that sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And so with the specific reference to item 7-18.18, that was debris from an orange t-shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
And specifically, I'm sorry, debris from an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And from your analysis of that debris, what if any examination did you do of that debris that was provided to you within the tracer?
So each of these items was packaged in a fold. And so I opened up the fold and looked at the items under the stereo zoom microscope and documented it with photos.
And as far as that item 7-18.18, what if anything did you observe as far as contained within the debris from that item specifically?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. There was apparent dirt debris, many black, gray, blue, and orange apparent fibers, several pieces of red apparent plastic, several apparent hairs, one piece of green material, and one piece of clear apparent plastic.
And the clear apparent plastic, what if any measurements did you conduct with reference to that?
It measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch.
Now, from your analysis of those items, what if anything, do you know where within the lab they went following your analysis there?
I believe another analyst in the trace unit then looked at those items.
And that would be are you familiar with another person who works in the trace unit named Christina Hanley?
I am.
And so what, if any, training does Ms. Hanley have that
That's
she did not
not-
have in order to conduct that sort of
She
further
can't
analysis?
answer that. Objection.
So Christina Hanley is the trace supervisor, and she is signed off to do casework in fibers,
Hello, objection.
miscellaneous paint, glass. You see the other trace disciplines that I am not.
So essentially, those items contained within that debris were something that you examined microscopically, made observations of, took measurements, and then they went to Ms. Hanley?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned a variety of plastic items that you examined, correct?
Of the initial items that I looked at?
Yes.
Yes.
And what were those, generally speaking, what were those initial items that you looked at?
There were many different items containing that I believe were recovered from an address, but I would have to look at my notes to.
Go ahead.
This poor kid on the defense.
So they are labeled as coming from,
Right?
as
You can't
recovered
speak
from
to someone
34
else's
Fairview Road.
education.
And what types of items were they specifically that you had observed?
So it was many pieces of apparent plastic and apparent glass and one drinking straw.
Oh.
And those items were generally labeled as items 7-5 through 7-19. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And with reference to the process in general terms of when you receive these items,
Can you explain to the jury sort of your process and what you did and what you looked at as you went through each of these respective items?
Sure. So for beginning a physical match case, you always look at the questioned items first.
Yeah.
Which are the ones that
never
you
heard of that.
don't know where it came from. Like here, they're labeled as coming from the road, so you don't know where their actual source of origin is. And so what we'll do is we'll scan that item into my custody. And then I will document the packaging with photographs. And then I'll open that item and then document that item as it is. And if there are multiple pieces, each piece will get a designator like piece A, piece B, piece C. All this gets documented, written down in my notes and in photographs. If any of those pieces look like they could possibly fit together, then I will look under the stereo zoom and see if they do in fact fit together, and document it if they do. And then once I've finished documenting that, I'll repackage it in the original packaging. And then if there are multiple items, like in this case there were, then once that first item is sealed up, then I'll clean my bench and then I'll open the second item and do the same thing until all of the items have been documented.
This poor girl's gonna pass
And,
out.
Again, if you could describe to the jury sort of the physical process of what you did in this case with respect to these items, as far as how were you looking at them sort of physically, what did you do with those items?
So like I said, I opened up each of these items individually, took photos, took notes, looked at them under the stereo zoom microscope, and then looked at my photos after I had looked at all of them. They'd all been packaged in their original packaging. And I looked at the photograph to see if any of those pieces could possibly fit together. And then once I looked at the photos and saw that it looked like there were possible physical match fits among those questioned items, then I opened up those items and looked to see if they, like in real life versus just on photos, see if they could have a potential physical match. And then if it looked like it did, then I brought them together and looked at that in the stereo zoom to confirm if there was a physical match.
I don't know about y'all, but I don't understand the word coming out of her mouth.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
She's so freaked out. Bless her heart. This is just mean of the prosecution.
This way, I'm showing you a series of 9 photographs. Just ask you to look at those until we finish. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Item 7-5.
And is that how it was presented to you or shown to you as far as the evidence bag that you opened and the items that were contained within?
I mean, this is just a picture of the seal, not the entire bag, but yes.
Donna Coleman will seek to introduce the minutes and exhibits. No objection.
Just putting her through this. I mean, I know it's her job, but If this is her first time being on the stand, he could have prepped her a little bit. Just let her know what she's going up against with the defense team. At least talk to her about it.
Exhibits 262 through 270.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs to the jury, please?
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1905. Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is photograph 1905, which has now been marked as exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the evidence back that you were presented with regard to items?
Let's say 2-1 or 2-4.
That's the seal on it. Yes.
Now, just in general terms, as far as this process that you're talking about. So
She's one of the forensic techs.
How long and how laborious a process?
Broken
that
red plastic.
In this case specifically,
Yes.
there were many items to look at, so it did take
2-4. Okay.
quite a bit of time.
I see. You're right, China.
And if I could have photograph 1908. And do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 263?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that you have from item 7-5?
Those are the 3 pieces in item 7-5.
So 3 pieces from that were all red, apparent plastic pieces from that same item. Is that correct?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Keep in mind, they're saying
you
they
know,
didn't
some
find all these
photographs
pieces of
could be
tail light until after they impounded Karen's vehicle. Oh, she's the one who's basically saying everything they're saying as a court reporter, so she can get everything on the record. Some courthouses, they have someone type it, and some speak into a thing to record it.
And do you
You have to be really
recognize what's
good
depicted in those
Do
photographs?
that job.
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The seal and then the items from item 7-6.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed when you were doing your analysis in the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, how will seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibits? No.
And she's having to keep up with every piece of evidence that's being entered in, which, I mean, she's a pro.
Exhibits 271 through 277.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs to the jury at this time.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have photograph 1921.
Right.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just rotate that. So, Mr. Leader, what's up on the screen, as that's photograph 1921, exhibit 271.
Okay. Yeah, she does have a very busy job.
Box that contains the items in reference to lab item 7-6, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that, as far as the labeling is concerned, these are items that were submitted by the state police, correct? As far as you know.
Yes.
And from the labeling that's exhibited in labeling that's being shown in Exhibit 271, that actually has an indication of who the submitting agency is and the date that the item was collected, correct?
Presumably, I don't know because that's not our lab's labeling system.
It's fair to say, as far as your observation of bags as you were opening them or boxes as you were opening them, they had different dates on them, some of them, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1924. And again, what's up? Now, what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 272. These were the items that were marked within that box or that bag of item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
It appears two pieces of clear plastic, correct?
Apparent plastic, yes.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Bring you another series of photographs if you could review those. Look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The item 7-8.
And again, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the lab with reference to item 7-8.
Yes.
Come up and seek to introduce them there today. Okay.
So if those evidence bags say 2-4 and the accident happened on 129, 128, 129 in the wee hours of the morning, right? Where was that evidence from 129? We'll be nice and say 129 to 2-4. Where was that at? Was it in a stop and go bag? I think she's just really nervous, but like, I'm just curious where this evidence was for 4-5 days. I mean, it just doesn't compute.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos to the
Because
jury as well?
technically, when you find
Ms.
evidence,
Lear, with regard to.
you're supposed to bag
items
it
that were
as soon as you
contained
find
in
it.
these, variety of backup boxes that you had received, as evidentiary items. What, if any, difference, was there between sort of, color, the size, the shape of the different items that you received?
Sorry, what, can you repeat the question?
Were they all sort of uniform as to their color, as to their size, as to their shape, or what, if any, differences did you note between?
Between the items that we've already published, or just all of them? And
all of them in general.
So some of the pieces were clear apparent plastic, some were clear apparent glass, some of them were red apparent plastic, some of them were silver colored apparent plastic.
And as far as the size of these pieces of plastic or glass that you had received, were they, how would you describe sort of their physical size, shape, things of that nature?
Some of them were very small, and some of them were larger. I can't tell you the dimensions without looking at my notes.
And you took measurements with respect to each of the pieces that you analyzed, each of the pieces that you examined, and each of the pieces that you ultimately tried to find a match for, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931. And what's up on the screen is now marked as Exhibit 278. Do you recognize that's the bag of box that contains item 7-8?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1934. Now, what's contained in this exhibit up on the screen, number 279, do you recognize that as contents that were collectively sort of labeled as item 7-8?
I do.
And so from a variety of those different pieces that are depicted up on the screen in exhibits 279, each of them were respectively labeled as far as say 7-8.1 or 7-8 point something else. Is that fair to say?
So the laboratory numbering system where it goes 7-8.1, that's if you take like a subsample. So if I had collected like debris or something out of this item, that would then be labeled 7-8.1 because it's a new entry in our limb system. These are just the different pieces in 7-8. In my notes, I gave them labels as such as piece A, piece B, piece C, all the way down to, well, however many there were.
You labeled them individually as sort of letters, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1928. If you could zoom just a little bit in on that.
Okay, so back in the day when I did evidence, like you actually sealed it with tape that said evidence on it. And if you open the evidence bag, you have to open the evidence seal, and you have to actually initial your initial every single time and the date when you opened it, and you reseal it. And that has to happen every single time anyone opens it. They have to put their initials and the date that they opened it and the date that they sealed it back up. There has to be a chain. Clearly, they're using some type of barcode thing on theirs. I mean, obviously, I'm sure times have changed, but you still have to notate that you opened it and you sealed it and what date you did that. I just don't see what the chain of command is, and the judge is not allowing this chain of command evidence in, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm not okay. I would guess, right, but I'm not understanding this gap of time from the 29th to the 4th. Where was this evidence? And like those shirts being mixed together, that's not how that works. And then the only thing I can gather with this gap of time is the taillight situation. I mean, even the other forensic person didn't have the taillight, didn't even see it until the 1st. And the majority of that taillight was missing when she saw it. And she only took 2 samples out of all of those solo cups. I think there were like at least 6 solo cups in there. Also, I find it odd that you're taking evidence. None of you cops had evidence containers, no evidence bags, no evidence nothings to put evidence in. None of you're at a crime scene and none of y'all had anything to put evidence in. You had to go to your house and get a leaf blower. You had to go to your house and get a stop and go bag and go to your house and somebody's house and get red Solo cups. Where were those Solo cups at? What could be in those cups? Those are contaminated already. That's terrible police work.
Paul, we're gonna illustrate it in different sections. You have them already.
The next exhibit is 290.
Yeah, I mean, right? I don't understand that. And then again with the glass that they found out in the yard with him, like where was the glass? Was it from the waterfall? Where could the glass, and where's the straw now? And I don't feel like John O'Keefe was the type of guy to drink out of a straw. So you see how tiny this courtroom is? It's so small that the prosecution is up front. The defense is behind them. That's how tiny, it's so stacked. There's hardly any room for anything. Oh, who's saying, oh, look at this. That's the prosecutor said that. He said, Jesus Christ. He is upset. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen I don't think this courtroom is made for a trial. Yeah, I think it's really just made for like arraignments or something. Definitely not made for a trial like this.
You are unmuted.
Wish I could read lips. I want to know what they're saying.
Thank you. Maybe see the close back.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
You recognize those, ma'am?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-10.
May I
Yes.
almost introduce you as the next. Oh, there. And again, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have photo 1952. And Ms. Blair, what's depicted up on the screen is that the bag and box that contains item 7-10.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1955. Again, what's up on the screen is that the item that was contained within that evidence.
Yes.
Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So that says 2/9/23. Is that when she got it?
Finished.
A whole year later?
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
The packaging that item 7-9 and 7-19 came in.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of those items when you received them at your station and within the trace unit?
It is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce and admit as the next.
Okay. Verify clearly this case before you take the picture of the well. The stenographer's marking.
Hi, Dustin. Welcome. That's a female. She's a forensic scientist. She's scared to death, bless her heart. She tested the particles on the clothes that were cross-contaminated. We got a small group, but we're dedicated.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 296 through 309 for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 1958. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that the evidence bag or box that contains those items that she's testifying about 7-9 and 7-19.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1962.
Yeah, she does look
Now
young.
it's been depicted up on the screen and been marked as exhibit 297. If you could zoom in just a little bit on items of evidence, please.
She's a smart girl though. She's got her master's.
Now, contained within this are three clear glass or plastic, if you know.
I have to look at my notes to see what I wrote them as.
My other question, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may.
Yes, go ahead, look at your notes.
And after referring to your.
Oh, you're,
notes, what
you're
type
at
of
work,
material?
China.
3 pieces of apparent plastic.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could slow down. I'm sorry. Up. Thank you very much. The item that's contained above those three pieces of apparent clear plastic, what is that?
That is item 7-19. That is a black straw.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1964. And what's up on the screen next to Blair now, and has been done as exhibit 299, is that essentially the straw next to a ruler with its measurements, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm shocked they found that straw.
Thank you.
Now, with reference to the photographs that I asked you to look at before, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos I took of item 7-11.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-11, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your analysis in reference to this case?
It is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
Okay.
He's just showing pictures. He's not asking her if any of these things matched up to anything. Oh, China is the sixth commandment. Hey, sugar baby, you're back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1979. Again, explain what's up on the screen. Is that the bag, evidence bag that contains item 7-11?
Yes.
Gotta put my glasses on. I can't see. Look, that says 210.
And again, explain what's depicted up on the screen on exhibit 311. Is that the items, the pieces of plastic that were contained within the aforementioned evidence bag and abuse exhibit item 7-11?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the photographs that I just placed before you before, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Photos of item 7-14.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-14, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your examination in this case?
It is.
Thank you. Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in minutes of exhibit.
Okay.
325, 326, 327.
Thank you.
Well, they've had these two forensic chicks up here, but they haven't asked them, like, was the only one that was like the hair that was a match to John, but everything else is not, they've not asked if anything's a match to anything. And then the defense gets up there and chews them up.
So if I could draw your attention up to the screen just for a moment, what's now been marked as exhibit 325, do you recognize what that is?
I do.
That's the bag that contained item 7-14, is that correct?
Yes.
And the building if I can have photograph 2012. Again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that the item that was contained.
Yeah, I have videos of her on my channel.
I'm sorry.
China.
What's depicted on the screen is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in the exhibit bag from the previous exhibits, labeled as item 7-14.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Were you able to review the bulk of those photographs that I just placed before you?
Yes.
And do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos of item 7-12.
No, it looks like the dates when the evidence was bagged. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Because it's well after the incident. She's basically just testifying to, yes, this is the envelope I got. She's not even testifying to, yes, this is the plastic pieces that I tested and this is the, yes, they match, or any of that. She's just, yes, this is the envelope that I got. This is what was in it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have a photograph 2015. Mr. Blair, if I could direct your attention up to the screen, what's contained and what's remarked now is exhibit 328. Those, the evidence pack that contained the items labeled as 7-12.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2018. Mr. Blair, directing your attention up to the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 329. Those are the items that were labeled collectively as 7-12 that were contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit.
Yes.
As far as those photographs that I presented to you a moment ago, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos of item 7-13.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained or labeled as item 7-13?
It is.
Yes, that's what they're saying.
May I approach?
Yes.
And that some of these items were on his clothing. That's what they're trying to say. But you have to look at the dates on the envelopes. It's crazy. Some of the dates are 2/4, some are 2/11. This is when they're actually put in the envelope. It doesn't make sense. I think he's just trying to break the world record for how many items of evidence he can put in one trial.
It's 343 through 351.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1997. And Ms. Blair, what's depicted on the screen in that photograph, which has now been marked as exhibit 343, is that the evidence back?
Michael Proctor took that on 2/8/22.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2000. And Ms. Blair, directing your attention to the screen, those are the items contained within that exhibit tag from prior exhibits, collectively labeled by the lab as 7-13.
Yes.
And she got it on 2/13/23, with a year later.
That I had placed before you, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos of item 7-15.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in item 7-15?
It is.
Going to come up to introduce the
No objection.
Okay, hold on one second, Madam Court Reporter. Yeah.
It's 352 through 368.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lally, those are the last exhibits we'll be doing today.
Oh, I knew it.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2072. Ms. Blair, if I could direct your attention to the screen. You
Michael Proctor,
recognize this as the evidence bag that contains item 7-15.
211.
It's now been marked as exhibit 352.
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2077.
Through
Again, Ms. Blair,
17/23.
What's up on the screen are those the items that were collectively identified by the lab as item 7-15 from that evidence bag contained in the prior.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Blair, as far as your analysis was concerned with regard to each of these items, and we'll get to that a little bit, I think, the next time. But with regard to the labels that you assigned to them as far as letters of the alphabet, A through whatever letter that you went, when you were conducting your sort of physical match analysis, how was that shown on a particular piece, or did you label those pieces, or how were you able to sort of quantify that?
The pieces that were large enough to, I printed out labels from a label maker with the lab number, the item number, and then the piece that the letter that I assigned it, so ABC, and my initials, and those are on the pieces.
And then as far as those pieces were concerned, if you were able to find some consistency between, say, piece A and piece B, and you were able to sort of fit them together, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize that sort of physical method?
Within the same item, if there were two pieces that fit together, I documented that with photos, wrote it down in my notes.
Yeah, I agree.
And then if it was within the same item, I held it together with tape and then repackaged it still together as a single piece.
And as far as these consistencies or the matches that you were examining or looking for, was that solely within piece to piece, or at some point did you also look at sort of a larger piece as far as a housing unit for a tailor?
For this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And with regard to the pieces that you had sort of put together, what, if anything, were you able to do with regard to some of those pieces and the tail light housing, item 3-1?
From those items that we just saw, I was able to piece one larger piece with many of those pieces all fit together into one piece that I then called piece 1. There were some other pieces that also fit together among those question ones that I called pieces 2, piece 3, piece 4, and piece 5. Piece 1 was a physical match with item 3-1, the taillight.
Your Honor, I think that may.
Okay.
All right, so, Ms. Villar, we're going to have to have you back on Wednesday.
Bless her heart.
I'm going to ask you to wait the jurors, so we don't meet tomorrow, we'll meet Wednesday, and we'll go a full day Wednesday with an abbreviated lunch and sometime between 4 and 4:30. So please do not discuss this case with anyone, don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. I know we took a long time today with getting exhibits in before you, but it's a very important part of the case, and it does just take some time, so we appreciate your patience. All right, we'll see you on Wednesday.
This case is never going to end.
You are muted.
Oh my goodness. I just want to hear if Michael Proctor is going to come up there. But the defense is going to put on a big case. They have a lot. I know. It is so full. Tuesdays and Thursdays, she used to do just half days anyway. So, I mean.
Thank you, maybe City Court facility.
So you are all set, you can go.
I really don't know.
I was just talking to Ms. Villar about whether I needed to call Lawrence Court for her or not. So you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. You don't need me for anything until Wednesday? We'll see you Wednesday.
Oh, she's like so excited. Yeah, she was only doing half days on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and now I guess she's just not going to have court on Tuesday and Thursday. She was talking about having court every day, but then I think she's just over it. But anyway, I will look up those videos and see what's up, and then I'm going to look up some other stuff. I think Gwen was wanting me to look up a trial, see if it's happening for her, for a 14-year-old girl. But tomorrow I will be out of commission, so I hope everybody has a good evening. And hopefully I won't have to have actual surgery. So we'll see. But thanks you guys for joining today. It was just a few of us, but I'm glad y'all came. And I hope everybody has. Thanks. Thanks, China. Yeah, I hope so. I can't wait to be out of pain. I just want to not be in pain anymore. It'd be great. So you guys have a great night, and I will hopefully see y'all Wednesday for something. We'll see what it is. Y'all keep checking my YouTube. Yes, we have all beautiful people here. We will see y'all. Bye, Dustin. Great. Thanks for joining us. Watch my channel and subscribe. See you guys later. Bye.